don't see non-TNA.
I didn't see that either.
I don't see Paul here, so.
No.
I don't see both here.
Yep.
Yeah, she started the report.
Okay.
Thank you.
All righty.
Don? Okay. Before we start the meeting, could I remind everyone to sign into the signing sheet back there if you haven't? That would be appreciated. Okay? Thank you. The Town of Alton Zoning Board of Adjustment, public hearing agenda, Thursday, December 4th, 2025, at 6:03 PM. I'm calling to order the meeting, and we have a full board tonight, so there's no appointment of alternates. And I will state the statement of the appeal process to the entire group. The purpose of this hearing is to allow anyone concerned with an appeal to the Zoning Board of Adjustment to present evidence for or against the appeal. The evidence may be in the form of an opinion rather than established fact. However, it should support the grounds that the board must consider when making a determination. The purpose of the hearing is not to gauge the sentiment of the public or to hear personal reasons why individuals are for or against an appeal, but all facts and opinions based on reasonable assumptions will be considered. In the case of an appeal for the variance, the board must determine facts bearing upon 5 criteria as set forth in the state statutes. And for a special exception, the board must ascertain whether each of the standards set forth in the zoning ordinance have been and will be met. The approval of the agenda, can I get an approval from the agenda, on the agenda as it states, or do we have any changes?
I believe the only change may be to rearrange the order of some of the rehearing requests, if you have decided to do that.
I believe the board has decided that we will do the, under new business, the discussion to reconsider rehearing the request regarding Z 25-37, map 31, lot 35 for Robert Flannery and the Alton Pittsburgh LLC property owner, submitted by Christopher DeRocha Esquire. So we're going to consider that first, and then the board is going to discuss right after that, number C, discussion to consider the rehearing request regarding case Z 25-32, map 9, lot 33-2 by Lisa Castro and John Goodrich, property owners, submitted by Christopher Bolt Esquire. So we're going to hear those first, and then we will go to the normal agenda of new applications, Z 2539, Z 2540, rehearing a Z 25-35, and a rehearing on case Z 2536. Okay. Having said all that, shall we go to the discussion to consider the rehearing request? I'm sorry.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, this is Tom Lee. I'd like to make a motion to approve the amended agenda as stated.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good. Thank you, Tom. Okay, so B, discussion to consider rehearing requests regarding case Z2537 for Robert Flannery and Alton Pittsburgh LLC, property owner, submitted by Christopher DeShunger, Esquire. There is no public input when we make these decisions, okay, nor is there any input from the applicant or anyone else. It's just a discussion by the board, and then we make a decision, just so everybody kind of knows the format, okay? Great. Gentlemen. What do you want?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. The first one, under B,
Tim.
oh, I'm sorry. First, Timothy Morgan. First one under B, Mr. Chairman, I think that's a motion to reconsider from a cease and desist. I don't think it's from the underlying special exception. May ask the code enforcement officer, my impression is correct.
There has been a request for a rehearing of the appealed cease and desist that was denied last month.
And so it's the cease and desist that we're talking about here.
Yep. It was appealed once. This is a second request for the same appeal.
Okay, and I was going to ask the same question. Thank you.
In that case, I would propose that since it's an appeal of a cease and desist, that we don't need to rehear it. I think we made the right decision the last time to uphold the cease and desist.
This is Tom Lee. I would agree with that.
Joe Mankus, I also agree.
Paul LaRochelle, I also agree.
And Chairman Frank Rich, I agree also. So the request is denied. Okay. Okay, discussion to consider rehearing requests regarding case Z2532, map 9, lot 33-2 for Lisa Nicastro and John Goodrich, submitted by Christopher Bolt, Esquire.
Tim Morgan. Mr. Chairman, in this one, and as part of the request for rehearing, both the original applicant and the objecting abutter submitted memorandums of law. I read through those, and of course we had discussion with counsel with respect to them, and I frankly didn't see any new issues raised in those memorandums that this board hadn't already considered.
Yeah, he had read through the memorandum. He didn't see any new information.
He didn't see anything.
No new information?
I didn't see any.
Okay.
And I think this is a difficult case in that it raises a novel question which hasn't been addressed by the courts yet. I think this board, after discussion with counsel, came to a conclusion about its position, but there's no real law to guide us in this matter.
Other comments from the board?
Yeah, this is Tom Lee. I read through both sides of the case, the objection to the motion for a rehearing and the request for a rehearing. And we've been through this case ad nauseum. It's, I feel we're at the end of what we can do from our standpoint, where it hasn't been decided by any court. And we had good counsel on this, and I feel we made the right decision, so I don't see any reason for a rehearing.
This is Paul LaRochelle, and I also read through the but both sides of both parties involved. And this has gone on for a long time. And after looking at this, I don't see that our decision was wrong in any way. I do see that I don't see any reason why that the applicant can't reapply and to redo the process again. I see no reason why that can't take place, in my opinion.
Joe?
Joe Mankus, I also don't see any reason for a rehearing. I think we've gone through this thoroughly. So that's my vote.
Okay, Frank Rich, I read through both the applicant's memorandum and the objection from Mr. Bolt, and I find no actual new evidence, except for the fact that there was, in my opinion, erroneous misrepresentations of how this board has handled themselves. And I don't think any one of the board members takes anything lightly. We try to be extremely objective, whether it's someone that we know or not know. We know a lot of people in this town, and we try to be very objective. And when we feel that we can't be objective, we recluse ourselves. So I agree with the remainder of the board that that we should deny the rehearing. Let the objector decide what they want to do. And I agree with you, Paul, that the 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 Goodriches and Mastros should be able to reapply. Or that's absolutely special exception.
Chairman, I'll move that we deny the request for rehearing in case C 25-32.
Aye.
The previous one.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Did we actually do a motion for the previous rehearing request?
I'd like to make a motion if you like.
I think that would be good.
Let's do it. Okay, go ahead. So if we voted on the motion for 25-32, in that case, I'll move that we deny the request for rehearing of case 25-37. I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
It's done. So, new applications. Case Z 2539, Prospect Mountain Survey, Paul Zergo, agent for Robert and Joanna Morehouse, owners, map 12, lot 14, 105 Bay Hill Road, residential rural area zone. A variance is requested from Article 400, Section 463B of the zoning ordinance to permit a new lot with less than 150 feet of frontage at the street or highway line, and access to a new lot is other than via the required street frontage. You could just give us a minute, Paul, so that we can just review the application.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept Z 25-39 as complete. This is Paul LaRochelle.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Your floor, Paul.
Paul Zusko, Process Mountain Survey. When you sat there and read that, you said that we were asking for a lot with less than the required frontage. That's not what I'm asking for. Both these lots have the required frontage. The request is for one lot that has access or has this road frontage on Route 28. Plenty of road frontage, but we can't get a driveway in right there. So right now, the access is off Bay Hill. And I want to create the lot on Bay Hill, which would cut his frontage off on Bay Hill. Right now, that driveway services another lot beyond him that has road frontage on, just on 28. So this is just, gives us, being able to subdivide that lot off and get another housing unit in this town.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the variance that's requested was for the section that includes the frontage. So we just included the whole section, even if it doesn't apply exactly to your case. It was just the wording of that section of the variance that was requested, so just to clarify.
Yeah, and it was noted, this is Tom Lee, that it said, to permit a new lot with less than 150 feet of frontage at the street or highway line, which you have, and in bold, access to new lot is other than via the required street frontage. So,
Well, your regs say that that driveway has to be on their
right,
road frontage.
I think
Can't be.
we're all on
No
the
way
same
they
page.
get a driveway there.
yeah,
Okay.
understood.
More questions from the board? Joe? Anything?
Mr. Hugo, could you walk us through the proposed?
Proposed lot is on Bay Hill. We got the required frontage, required area. It shows right here where the driveway comes through and goes all the way through to the lot in the back. So it just, and his road frontage, then if we, we get the lot line adjustment, his road frontage is going to be here. No way we can get a driveway
Yeah. Okay.
off of 28.
No, they're not
DOT ain't
gonna, not
gonna
gonna
give it
allow
to
it.
us.
They're not gonna allow that.
No.
And where's the frontage for lot 14-4?
14.4 would be on 28. The new lot frontage would be on Bay Hill.
Yeah, that's the one I'm asking about. It's marked on our lot as lot 14-4.
14-4?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so then the road frontage is right here on Bay Hill.
And how much frontage is that?
150 feet, or it's required.
Thank you.
Because I think you can't see.
Right.
14.3, yeah.
Actually 14-3.
Yeah. But 14.4 is up here.
Yes.
And the lot size is 5 acres? Well,
Oh, it's on this one.
Correct.
so the lot size is 5 acres. Okay,
The original lot size.
the original lot size. And
Once it's done,
once it's done, what,
the I got new eyes, but I still need them to read.
well, that's good because a surveyor should have good eyes,
Yeah.
don't you think?
So after the lot line, or the subdivision, the main lot would be 3.5, and the new lot is going to be 1.49.
1.49?
Yeah, where you only need 1 acre in this zone.
Right.
in this zone, we
Right.
only need 1 acre. We
Right.
don't need 2 acres.
That's 1.49 on 14.4.
So Paul, there's some question in regards to the description of a driveway brought up by the planning secretary, and it's in our notes. So definition of the driveway is any path or access serving less than 3 dwelling units. So 14.3 has their own driveway. They're on Bay Hill.
Correct.
This road, you're using the same right-of-way, you're gonna have 14.4, you're gonna have what is currently 14, and then it goes all the way out to 14.1.
Correct,
So that would be 3 dwelling units.
correct.
So,
That clears that up.
okay.
More questions, Paul? No?
No.
No.
Jim?
So it's just a common driveway for all 3 lots.
There's a 50-foot right-of-way that was, well, it was done on the previous subdivision, and they cut the lot off on the corner. That's when I think that right-of-way was created. I think it was verbal driveway, but then the 50-foot was created when that plan was done.
Joe, you have more questions?
No, I'm good.
You sure?
I'm
Okay,
fine.
great. Tim?
I'm just wondering if one variance is sufficient here. It's doing 2 things. We're creating a lot with no frontage, a lot with frontage, but no way to get a driveway. And then we're creating a situation where there are 3 dwellings off a driveway. So what's the status of that easement now? How did that was created by a prior?
Well, when lot 14.1 was created, I believe it was probably given a 50, or a right-of-way to Bay Hill. Whether it had I don't remember if it had a width. And then when 14.4,
Has its frontage on 28 as well?
14.1 has frontage on 28. But they cannot get a driveway in either.
Madam Code Enforcement Officer, is one variance sufficient to accomplish what he's trying to do?
One variance is what was on the application that came in. It was noted by the department heads on the reviews that the driveway is serving 3 properties where technically it should be serving 2 or less.
I mean, when I go for a subdivision, I can sit there and show a driveway coming off of Bay Hill for that proposed lot, but it makes no sense to put a driveway right next door to another driveway when he only needs it for 100 feet.
I'm not, I think what you're proposing is reasonable. I'm just wondering if one variance is sufficient to protect all these people. Because there's really 2 issues.
It was the opinion of the planning department that, in her opinion, that the zoning ordinance, since the document defines driveway Article 200, in her opinion, it requires a variance.
You know, Paul, if we granted what you're asking tonight, I'm concerned about the impact on the owner of lot 14.4 becoming the 3rd residence off an easement. as you say, it doesn't make much sense to put in another driveway right next to the easement, but perhaps you need a variance to cover that in this instance.
If I can interject, it's Tom Lee. Jesse McCarthy also goes on to state on the second page, there may also be a waiver required from the highway policies and regulations from the Board of Selectmen as they oversee the driveway regulations, along with a potential need for a waiver from the planning board for the subdivision application.
That's where I thought I'd have to get permission.
Yeah,
Is
right.
at the planning board when I go for subdivision.
Right, see, you've been through this a number of times, and she's just making a note of that, and I think, Tim, that might help clarify your position or your question, where they would more than likely need a waiver through the selectmen and then go to the planning
The
board.
selectmen or planning board?
Yeah,
All right,
yeah, come to the selectmen, in which we have done that in the past. Correct.
So this would be the first domino, as you've been through before, and then you can see.
So
where
then
it
after this,
leads.
I'd have to go to selectmen and get a waiver?
Yes. That is also what she's suggesting also.
And then east of this lot, you're not at Old Wolfboro Road yet, right? There's another property there.
There's a few.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
There's a couple.
You're not at the top of the hill. Okay. No further questions from me.
Tim?
no, thank you, Mr. Chairman, no further questions.
Joe? You good? Okay, there are no more questions, Paul. You got anything else? I'm gonna go to public input. Okay. I'm gonna go to public input on this Z 2539. Is there anyone in the audience that is in favor of this variance? If they are, would they please come forward? Seeing none and hearing none, is there anyone that objects to this variance? Okay, as proposed. Seeing none and hearing none, I'm going to close public input. Okay. Can we go to the worksheet? Gentlemen,
Stop.
please, Tim.
In regards to public interest on the worksheet, the variance will not be contrary to public interest.
You want me to go? I agree.
I agree. I agree, it doesn't make a dramatic change to the neighborhood.
I agree as well.
Going my way. Spirit of the request is in harmony with the spirit of the zoning ordinance and the intent of the master plan with the convenience, health, safety, and character of the district within which it is proposed. There's no question this is in the spirit of the ordinance. There's no way that the applicant can go on to 28, Route 28, the state wouldn't allow it, okay? It seems to be reasonable and trying to help the applicant to do a reasonable and right thing with the respect to the driveways.
I agree.
I agree, and it also creates additional housing for the town.
I agree for the same reasons.
I agree.
Joe?
Substantial justice, by granting the variance, substantial justice will be done. It'll help you move along with this project, which looks pretty legitimate.
I agree, the benefit to the applicant outweighs any detriment to the people of the town.
Agreed.
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 The request will not diminish the value of surrounding properties. There wasn't any testimony with respect to that, but I think adding housing in that area will not diminish other properties in the area, diminish the value of other properties in the area.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
Agreed.
For the purposes of subparagraph, unnecessary hardship means that owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, no fair and substantial relationship exists between the general public purposes of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to this property. Yes. And the proposed use is a reasonable one. This is helping the applicant to be able to defer the cost of the property and to be able to create a proposed buildable lot.
I agree.
For those same reasons, I agree.
I also agree.
I agree, and I think one of the hardships here is that two of the properties have frontage on 28, can't get a driveway cut.
Okay. Can I get a motion, please?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the variance for case Z2539, map 12, lot 14, 105 Bay Hill Road.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Thanks, Paul.
Z
Thank you.
25-40,
Staying right there, right?
okay, Z 25-40, Prospect Mountain, Paul Zergo, agent for Timothy and Laura Barshad, owners, map 33, lot 38, Marriott Drive. It's in a lakeshore residential zone. It's a variance. One is a variance is requested for Article 400, Section 412-A of the zoning ordinance to permit creation of a new lot that is less than the minimum lot size. Two, a variance is requested. Are we doing two different variances or just, well?
Yes.
Variances?
Yes, two different.
Two, okay. Shall we just do the first one and wait for the second one? We're gonna do the first one first. Is that okay with you, Paul?
Sure.
First one first, second one second. Thank you. Boy, I'll tell you.
That was good,
I'm
Frank.
really getting good at this.
Very good.
Thank you. All right.
All right, so we're trying to do a boundary line adjustment.
Well, Matt, we voted on whether.
Oh.
No, wait.
Just gotta look it over, okay?
Okay.
Would you let us look it over,
Sure.
please? Okay, I know you're anxious, but, you know,
Game starts at 7.
game Bruins,
Well, I-
okay?
Yes,
Okay.
See an agency letter in here, did I miss that?
should be.
I believe I saw it.
Yeah, I thought I did too.
Probably page right past it.
Yeah, it's right here.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman, this is Paul LaRochelle, that we accept the application for case Z 25-40 as complete.
Can I have a second?
I second. Calmly.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. You may proceed.
This is supposed to be a little simple boundary line adjustment. The lot in question is basically a road. And we're just going to take the piece off at the end that nobody really needs to get to. So it's already an unbuildable lot. We're already under the minimum lot size. And he just wants to sell it to the neighbor because he owns this big lot, and he owns the one on 28th side. So this would connect this two, which he's already using that area anyway.
Correct.
Nobody else does. I think you live over that way, don't you?
Yes, I do. I'm familiar with the property.
Yeah. So, and he's got one of his cabins already over the line. So it's fixing that. And again, the road frontage, it is what it is. We got to ask for forgiveness.
One second. I want to also mention that we want to mention the names of William and Jill Duca as being
As
part
the-
of this
The one we're
proposal.
doing the lot line
Okay.
adjustment
Right.
with.
Right, okay.
Right, if I missed, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. I think we should make sure that that's in the record, that it's both parties, even though the Barshads own it. It's really William and Jill that are going to buy this property.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes,
And I wanted to make it clear for the record, this is Paul LaRochelle. This is the Marriott Drive,
right,
which is at the very end of Marriott Drive is the property of Bill and Jill Duca.
right,
And we're at the end of this property where the lot line adjustment is, there's a fence.
correct.
And that fence is on the Bashad's property. So if he sells this for them, so that then it would become part of their lot, as it should be, because it's not usable to the owner.
Anybody else?
And I wanted to just make that clear.
Now what?
And then definitely,
Oh,
like you said,
I'm trying to think about the fence. Maybe I could use it.
but definitely mentioning the owners of the property that are buying it should be on record
On
and
record.
recorded.
I just wanted to make sure it
recorded.
was on record. Okay.
No further questions or comments.
Tim?
Thank you.
No, I'm good. Joe? You good?
Good. Yeah,
Good.
set.
Okay. Paul, you got anything else to say before I put the public input? Okay. So for Z 25-40, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak that's in favor of this application? Seeing none, hearing none. Is there anyone in the audience that is opposed to this application? Yes, sir. Can you come forward, please? Yep. And if you would have a seat and give us your name and address, please?
Kevin Hanley, 46 Eastside Drive. I just want to know what kind of impact it's going to have on the wetlands right there. Every time he does anything to his property, it creates a hassle with the wetlands right there.
I'm sorry, who are you referencing, the Dukas or the
Yes.
Bashads?
Dukas.
And you're referencing, say that again, explain yourself again, and what the issue is?
Side of his property, the back road that abuts his property.
Okay.
When the circle went in, the waterfall was coming down, going across. They put a culvert, town put a culvert in the road and ran the water across the road.
This road here?
We're talking
Or
about
this
Marriott
road
Road.
here?
The private way.
This one?
Yep.
Courtyard Circle?
Not the courtyard circle. The road, courtyard circle comes down.
Yep.
The drainage comes down courtyard circle onto the road right in back of his property, butting his back property. And it washed out 2 driveways by him altering the water flow from the circle when he moved the culvert pipe
Okay.
that used to drain in somewhat into his property. He moved it so it went into the wetlands and wiped out 2 driveways right there.
And you're talking about on Circle Drive side.
I'm talking on East Side Drive, 28A. Lower half of 28A, right down the hill, wiped out the whole. There's a piece of wetland in that area.
Okay, and you know we're discussing.
I know
the lot
exactly
line
where you're
adjustments for
discussing.
Marriott Road.
Yes. It's down more, a little bit further down, but it's still in the same area that it's going to affect the wetlands. I want to know what kind of effect, what kind of protection they're going to put for the wetland so the people below don't get washed out again.
I'm not understanding where the wetlands are.
Yeah, I don't know where it is either. I'm not familiar with
Is
where
it
you're
up
talking about.
Courtyard Circle and Jewett Farm Road? Or is it on East Side Drive?
Where's the wetland?
It's not anywhere near where we're talking.
In the courtyard.
No, where's Jewel Farm Road?
Who?
The road,
This is Marriott.
Mary, this is a private way, and where's his lot, right here?
No, this is his lot right here. He's just wanting to get this piece right here. That's it.
Where's the private road?
Oh, Marriott Drive.
Okay, right here, right in here,
Well,
right
it'd
by
be-
33, map 33, lot 35, right
Okay.
in that area there.
Well, that drainage there doesn't affect parcel A at all.
No,
Anything he does in there,
I'm sorry, what it's wiping out on is Steve Harris's lot, which is map 33, lot 29,
Okay,
and my lot, which is 3330. It wiped out that whole area.
okay.
It's all
was
that
it
area.
water coming down this way?
What is there, an embankment there? There's
Yes.
in back of his property, an embankment?
Yeah. And in between this property line here is all wetland by the state.
Could you hold that up and show me where you're pointing?
Probably about right in here.
Okay.
So he's saying it's coming down and coming down this other end of that road.
Okay.
From that subdivision.
Yes.
Okay.
And then it said he's coming down off this way.
Where those other driveways are that get washed
We're not,
washed
you
out.
can't see that.
Yeah, you
You
can't.
can't see that from Marriott Road.
Well, I think the point is well taken. Appreciate the comment. I don't think it's relative at this point to this particular situation. I can understand your concern because that owner would now acquire that parcel, and you don't want to see any further erosion done to the wetlands.
And something you can bring up with the building inspector and the planning department.
He'll be noticed for the planning board meeting anyway. He can express his opinion then too.
Yeah,
Sure.
That's probably where it should be done.
yeah.
With the planning board.
Yeah.
Asked for an opinion, I gave it to you.
No, it's a valid opinion. We
can
just
do
can't
it.
work on a,
Thank you.
we can't work on a hypothetical, but thank you.
But thank you.
It's not hypothetical, it's happened in the past.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to object, okay, or has a concern? Thank you for your input, okay? Okay, Paul, do you want to rebut that, or?
Again, for this application, I don't think drainage is an issue. I think it should be dealt with at the planning board when we do the lot line adjustment.
Correct.
Okay, and you'll be addressing that with the planning board?
I will now.
Okay, if this variance is approved, you'd be addressing that.
I need this variance approved so we can go forward with the boundary line adjustment. Then we can address the drainage issues.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you. Okay, I'm going to close public input unless there's somebody else out there who would like to speak. Okay? Thank you. Okay. More questions for the
I'm good.
applicant? Everybody good? Joe? Tim?
Yes, thank you.
Paul?
Yeah.
Tom?
Yep.
Frank? Yeah, okay, good. All right, let's do it. Let's do the application.
Who's starting this time?
I would ask Joe to start.
All right, public interest. The variance will not be contrary to the public interest. As long as we settle that water drainage issue.
I agree, it's not contrary to the public interest, not a dramatic change to the neighborhood, just a small lot line adjustment.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
request is in harmony with the spirit of the zoning ordinance, the intent of the master plan, the convenience, health, safety, and character of the district within which it's proposed. Once again, it's not much of a change to the neighborhood, just a lot line adjustment.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
Agreed?
By granting the variance, substantial justice will be done. This is a lot line adjustment to simply square off a property at the end of the right-of-way of Marriott Road.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree as well.
The request will not diminish the value of the surrounding properties. I think just the opposite. It's going to clarify and line things up appropriately for a building that's already out of accordance. So I think this will not diminish the value of the surrounding properties.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree, there was no testimony with respect to changing property value.
I agree as well.
For purposes of this subparagraph, hardship, for the purposes of this subparagraph, unnecessary hardship means that owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, there is no fair and substantial relationship that exists between the general public purposes of the ordinance and the specific application of this provision to provide. Yes, it is cleaning up the lot. The applicant says that it's not buildable, okay? So all we're doing is cleaning that up, and I do believe that it's a reasonable request.
I agree.
I agree, I think the hardship here is that it was originally laid out in a way that created these variance requirements.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay, can I get a motion, please?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve case Z25-40 of Timothy and Laura Bashad, with William and Jill Duca, Prospect Mountain Survey, boundary line adjustment, variance from Article 400, Section 412A.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. We will move on to the second portion. Oh, Paul. Oh.
You gotta stay with us.
Yeah, I know you want to get to the hockey
know.
game. Look,
10 minutes.
Mr. Jesus, okay, right? All right, we got to do number two. Again, lot Z 25-40, map 3338, Marriott Drive, Lake Shore Residential Zone. The second one is a variance is requested for Article 400, 412B2 of the zoning ordinance to permit the creation of a new lot with less than 75 feet road frontage.
I thought you wanted to look it over again.
We've already approved the thing, but
So we just, again, cleaning this up. It's the old right-of-way, not 75 feet at the road. So we're asking for variance for the road frontage to be under the minimum required.
Okay. I have no questions.
questions, anybody?
All set.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to public hearing. Okay, is there anybody in the audience that's in favor of this application, number two? Seeing none, hearing none. Is there anyone that's opposed to this application on number two? Taking into consideration what you've already said, okay? As part of that, okay? And you plan on going to do you have to go to the planning
We
board?
have to go to
and
the planning board, and
or-
that's,
Okay, and you will mention this? to
oh,
the planning board?
absolutely.
Thank you, okay. I'm going to close it to public hearing unless there's someone else that would like to speak. Okay. And I'm going to close public hearing, and you have anything else that you want to say, Paul? No?
I think I said it all.
Thank God. Okay, all right. All right, shall we go to the worksheet?
Yes.
Okay. Tim, would you start, please?
The variance will not be contrary to the public interest. There's no dramatic change to the neighborhood as it currently exists.
Agree.
Agree.
I agree.
Agreed.
The request is in harmony with the spirit of the ordinance and the intent of the master plan and with the conveyance, health, safety, and character of the district within which it is proposed. Again, this is making a lot work better with the applicant and the person buying the section, and it's not changing. This is less than 75 feet, which is typical of the area.
Agree.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree as well.
By granting the variance, substantial justice will be done.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree the benefit to the applicant outweighs any detriment to the town, people of the town of Alton.
I agree for the same reasons.
Okay. Values of the surrounding properties. The request will not diminish the value of the surrounding properties, if only it will enhance it, because it cleans up an area that could be considered a nuisance down the road.
I agree, as long as we address the drainage issue.
I agree.
I agree as well.
I agree.
Is my turn?
Yeah.
Hardship. For the purpose of this subparagraph, unnecessary hardship means that owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area. No fair and substantial relationship exists between the general public purposes of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to the property. Say yes, and the proposed use is a reasonable one, yes.
I think the unnecessary hardship here is the way this was originally surveyed and laid out. It's hard to comply with current zoning ordinances, and the use is a reasonable one.
I agree as well.
I agree.
For those same reasons, I agree. Can I get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion that we approve Z 25-40 for Timothy and Laura Bashad, and William and Bill Duca, Parcel Mountain Survey, Paul Zesko, for the variance for request of Article 400, Section 412B2 of the zoning ordinance. Go ahead.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Paul.
Sorry? You've got 5 minutes.
Okay. Let's see, where are we? No, we're not. Okay, that one's done. Unanimous. Okay. So we have, next case is Z 2535. Gary Boiver Esquire, agent for Thane LLC owner, Swan Lake Trail, rehearing for a special exception, residential rural zone. That's a map 11, lot 28-13, Lake Trail. A rehearing of a special exception is requested for Article 400, Section 401D17, to permit a contractor's yard in the residential rural district that was denied at the October 2nd, 2025 ZBA meeting. Gentlemen,
Evening, Mr. Chairman.
I don't think we have to go through the, this is a rehearing, So we've already approved the application, so Joe Philip, thank you.
I'm Attorney Gary Bover with Norman and Cheney O'Neill, and I represent Mr. Johnson and Bain LLC. I've also brought with me this evening Attorney Ethan Wood from my office.
I'm sorry.
Use the microphone better, please.
What's that?
Pull it up to you so we can hear you.
I've also brought Attorney Ethan Wood from my office this evening.
Welcome.
as-
We love more attorneys here. We just love it. Okay. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Board. As you know, we're here to seek a special exception for a contractor's yard. As you heard prior, really all that we're asking for is that the applicant be permitted to store vehicles like has been done for the last 20 or so years. He purchased the property back in 2021, and the reasoning behind that was there was a 4,000 square foot garage slash barn on the property. Prior to him purchasing it, the prior owner had used it for similar use, storing vehicles and equipment in there. As the board knows, what we're doing here is not going to have a negative impact on the area. It's simply storing vehicles. It's not an intensive use of the property. With the contractors, a typical contractor's yard, they're storing material. There's dump trucks of large capacity, and that's not really what's happening here. This is just a simple storage yard for a landscaper with mid-sized vehicles and small landscaping equipment. As I stated in the memorandum that is submitted to the board, we believe that this special exception meets the criteria. For the specific area, this area is appropriate. The LC has a 16-acre lot. It's at the end of a cul-de-sac directly with direct access out to Route 28. In addition, the lot is well forested. It keeps any dust, noise limited by having that vegetative barrier. As far as property values in the area go, we note last time that there was discussion about the property being devalued by having the contractor's yard. But we've presented evidence in the memorandum that that's just not the case. Specifically, I'll note that Ms. Moss, the realtor who was selling the property was listed at $475,000, and it sold for $500,000. So demonstrates that the property values are not diminished by having the contractor's yard. In fact, there was a bidding war for that property, as I understand it. I also note that in the town of Alton, according to Redfin and Realtor.com, that properties typically will stay on the market for 50 to 60 days, roughly. And this property was on the market for 8 days before it went under contract. And the property I'm talking about is 58 Swan Lake Trail, who's a direct abutter to the property we're talking about tonight. And so with that, we believe that the criteria has been met, that the property values will not be diminished. As far as valid objections go, We see no valid objection. Previously, it seemed that there was an objection regarding the deed restrictions, and as the board knows, it's not something that's in the purview of the zoning board. That's a private matter that parties in privity need to address with one another. I'll also note that there was testimony that Mr. Johnson's vehicles and employees drive down the road respectfully. There's no indication that they're driving recklessly. So there's really no issue with there being any type of nuisance or increased harm to the area by having the contractor's yard there. And that goes along with criteria number 5, which states that there must not be any undue nuisance or undue hazard to pedestrian or other motor vehicles. As you know, as part of the original application, the original subdivision plan was submitted. The subdivision for that area was laid out in accordance with town specifications at the time. That would seem to indicate that having vehicles, landscape-type vehicles, would not pose any hazard going down the road as fire trucks, buses, and other vehicles of larger size would need to have access to different properties down there. Most relevant would be a fire truck. A fire truck needs to get down there to put out a fire. So with that, the vehicles we're talking about here, coming from the contractor's yard, are not of that size. They're simply, leaving the contractor's yard, going out into the field to their different job sites, and coming back at the end of the day. As far as different abutters in the area, there was testimony that they walk the road, they have no issue with the vehicles coming and going from the contractor's yard, and in fact, they don't really even notice it most of the time. So we believe that criteria number 5 has been met. We note that the property only has electricity. What we're proposing doesn't require a septic system. It doesn't require water on site. We're just asking for vehicles to be stored there. So we feel that criteria number 6 has been met, as we're not asking to increase increase what we're already doing. We're not going to have an office there or anything like that. So there's no reason for employees to hang out. There's no reason for there to be more than what's there for facilities. Being a 16-acre lot, it's certainly an appropriate piece of property for a sewage disposal system and water systems. Although those are not needed, one of the criteria is that there be adequate, that the property be adequate for those facilities. And being 16 acres, there's certainly enough space on that property where a sewage disposal system and well can be installed if it was needed and meet all the required setbacks and state regulations. To criteria number 7, criteria number 8. The proposed use or structure is consistent with the spirit of the ordinance and the master plan. With the contractor's yard. A special exception is required. So that's, that only a special exception is required. It's something that is permitted as long as the criteria is met. So that's consistent with what we're trying to do. It's consistent with the ordinance. The plan goes, this proposal is consistent with the master plan. The master plan states that its regulations in rural areas should always give deference to activities to sustain the viability of the traditional land uses, such as portable sawmills, seasonal farm stands, and farm stands. It also contemplates that other uses that that do not involve customer traffic, such as contractor yards, are consistent with the master plan. So we believe that this criteria has been met. Additionally, we're not proposing anything more than parking vehicles and storing equipment there. As you know, I've already stated that the contractor's yard permits the storage and stockpile of materials such as sand, gravel, those types of things, and that's not what's happening here. That's not what we're asking for. But circumstances that we have, contractor's yard is really the only thing that fits this type of situation. So in closing, we'd ask the board to find that the criteria has been met and grant Thane LLC's special exception. Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, if I may, Mr.
Please,
Chairman,
Paul.
Paul LaRochelle. Mr. Johnson, in your opinion, what is the nature of your business as a landscape business? In the category of a contractor yard, there was no other category for you to go into. Am I correct on that?
So this is why I'm here. Well, I went in to see planning, and she said, well, you need to come up with you need to go for this. It's the only thing that's close to what you have is a contractor storage yard. And if you read the contractor storage yard, it's about a paragraph long. And the first line clearly states what I'm doing, parking vehicles and, going to work and coming back. And then it goes on to say stockpiling materials, screening loam, offering materials for sale. And that's not what I want to do. And that's not what I'm planning on doing. And my neighbors, when the letters went out, I did talk to a few people because they were concerned, and it wasn't on Swan Lake side, it was on my road off of Austin Road. And they said, well, yeah, there's a gravel pit going in up there. And I'm like, what do you mean there's a gravel pit? I said, no, I'm just trying to stockpile material. Park my cars, not stockpile materials. And they're like, oh, you're just doing, I said, well, how long have you been doing it? I said, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. And they said, oh, I didn't even know you were up there. I said, I'm just trying to continue doing the same exact thing I'm doing. And they didn't have a problem with it. They were just concerned, thinking that, dump trucks were going to be coming up and down Austin Road. And I said, no, this is for a property that's accessed off a Swan Lake Trail. So that was the whole problem when I went to the town, is they don't have a landscaper storage yard. All they have is a contractor storage yard. And I think that, maybe the town, there are several people that run landscape companies in Alton that don't have permission to run a landscaper yard out of their property, but they're doing it. And, maybe there should be something on the docket for a landscaper storage yard, which is going to be totally different than a contractor storage yard. Unless it's a Stevens Landscaping or a Belknap, I think that would be more in the contractor storage yard type area. Where you've got heavy equipment, you're running big excavators and so on and so forth, so. Anyway, that's a long-winded answer to your question.
Yeah, but that's what I was looking for, what I wanted to hear from you. Yeah. Thank you.
So, this is Tom Lee. Mr. Johnson, so with that being said about the contractor's yard, you know, there is one letter we received from the Kwans, Lauren and Patrick Kwan. And they were all for this proposal, but their question is just in regards to the contract yard. Now it has the approval of a contractor's yard. So if this in fact was approved, would you work with the condition of no selling of material, no storage of materials?
With the exception of storing leaves that, you know, I bring in because the dump is
Right, we're
closed.
talking gravel,
Yeah,
dirt,
yeah.
resale of all that.
No, I'm not doing any resale. I'm not doing any of that. The only thing I'm gonna be storing is bulk debris that I bring back from, you know, jobs, and that's only leaves.
Okay. Your other concern, and this comes up quite frequently, because somebody may receive an approval on a special exception, that doesn't hold once that property is sold. Going forward, that person would have to reapply, so this doesn't make that area constantly a contractor yard approval lot. If in fact you ever sold the property to another business owner and they wanted to do something alike, it's not automatically approved. They'd have to come before us. So just to clarify for everyone's opinion.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
I have a question for council. My recollection is that there was some concern at the original hearing, the last meeting, that there were covenants in the deeds and titles of the property of people in the neighborhood, and concerned that as a result, there'd be an impact on property values. Can you address that for us, please?
As I stated in my memorandum, private deed restrictions are enforceable only by the parties that they benefit, and they have to be in privity. While the neighbor, the butters that have concerns about those deed restrictions have a concern about what those are, it's not something that's in the purview of the zoning board. The zoning board can't make a decision based on deed restrictions that they're not allowed to enforce. As stated earlier, I don't think their concern is valid. The property was listed for $475 and is sold for $500,000. It doesn't seem to make logical sense that property values are diminished. Seems that they've actually increased, as all property values have. So there's no demonstrated negative impact.
But you would agree that covenants have a value?
Mr. Moore, Ethan Wood, with Wilman and Shane, Neil, may I answer your question, please?
Sure.
All right, so yes, the covenants have value, they absolutely do. The covenants are certainly enforceable with regard to those parties in privity. As far as, whether or not it's within the purview of the town, it would really depend on whether or not the town had been made a party to that. So in other words, when this deed was coming out, or when subdivision was being done and approved by the town, if the town had at that time said, we want to put this condition in, are you amenable to this condition? And the applicant had said, yes, I'm amenable, and had imposed that condition, then I think there's an argument that that condition would be enforceable by the town. With regard to it as it is now, I do not think that it is enforceable by the town because the town's not in privity with the specific applicant. And as far as the argument that it may negatively impact values, demonstrated evidence so far doesn't support that. And again, based on the limited use of our client's use of the property, it's unlikely that it will impact it because we're talking about a limited number of trucks entering and exiting. My once or twice a day. So this is not a significant operation.
One of the criteria that we have to consider is whether there's an impact on property values. And as you just said, a covenant has values. We don't know to what extent those places that sold above appraised value might have sold for a greater amount with or without the covenant. So it's difficult for me as a member of this board to say that it does not impact property values.
Well, again, I think part of the information that was supplied in the memorandum with regard to the recent sales is functionally what you have to go. There is some evidence that is presented that would be contrary to that. There's nothing that we have seen based on sales price. I understand the question about the speculative nature of whether they would have sold for more. We'll never know. And there isn't any sort of demonstrable proof that any of the property values have been increased. And again, have the different property owners in the area set up a homeowners association or other entity to enforce those covenants. They certainly would be able to. But unfortunately, the parties in privy are the only two that can enforce them.
Thank you.
Joe Mancus. Well, I believe the intent of that neighborhood being residential and being set to residential is for that reason, so there is no business. There is no industry going in there. And to use the property being listed at 475 and being sold at 5 whatever, I don't see that has any bearing on this at all, because the purchaser purchased a business property in a rural area, a residential area. Sure, it's going to have more value to him. He's like, wow, what the hell? I can put this business here in the residential area. I'm on board. And sure, maybe.
It's not our company to purchase the property for more.
Oh, okay. I can really hear what you're saying, so.
We can do a better job being clear on that.
Articulating.
But the initial hearing who had complained that this would be a detriment to their property values, who purchased the property in 2024. It was listed at 475 and sold for 5. My client's operation was already in existence at that time.
Okay.
And this is where we point to the fact that the continued operation isn't going to negatively impact costs.
Property values have been skyrocketing for the past 3 years, so it's kind of a moot point. There was a gentleman here before who brought a video of the trucks going in and out of there. It's more than 1 or 2 trucks a day, a lot more than 1 or 2 trucks. It's a residential street. And that gentleman, I forget his name, but he purchased his home as his forever home, his retirement home, and so on. And, it's a very small little street, no sidewalks, and they all have grandchildren, and there is a concern there. Are the employees driving those trucks respectfully and professionally? Absolutely. The video showed that. I don't think anybody would ever argue that. But you're going to expose these children who are playing in driveways, because there was toys in the driveway across the street, if I remember correctly. So the kids obviously play out there. That's exposure to a truck with trailers, et cetera, equipment. I look at, it's a residential street, and I can't get past that. It's a residential street, and we're trying to put a business in there. Today the business is housing lawnmowers, a couple of small trails, a couple of dump trucks, yeah. Business is gonna grow. Hey, we got a bigger dump truck. Geez, now we're gonna get a little mini excavator. Now we're gonna get a bobcat. And there was trailers with bobcats and whatnot. That's just gonna get bigger. That's gonna grow. And that being a residential street, it seems to me we should do what we can to keep it a residential street.
I understand that concern. I note, with regard to that, if the operation were to expand significantly, they'd likely need site plan approval. If they were going to anything more than what we're doing right now. And with regard to the specific instance that was shown by the abutter with regard to the truck going multiple times, my understanding that may have been a one-off occurrence with certain people who got phones and coming back, et cetera. Not everyday occurrence. I think what the testimony we hear from many of the abutters is these trucks are functionally unnoticeable. And I certainly welcome abutters to speak. And that may help clarify some of your questions with regard to.
Well, you made a comment, you opened up with the comment that in order, if the business did grow and the vehicles did get larger and more frequent, he'd have to go up to the planning board. But he's operating now. He's operating business now on a rural street, so what's going to stop him from not going to the planning board 3 years from now?
Predict the future.
Exactly, which is why and that's why we put things in place like this, keeping it residential. Not we, but towns.
This use. That's been functioning. All the criteria is met. Okay. And we run through the criteria and it's clear based on what's been demonstrated tonight that my client meets those criteria for it. Now, you've also heard him state on the record, and generally speaking, when a special exception is approved or variance, the statements that are set forth by the applicant at that hearing are generally incorporated as part of those conditions of approvals. So, again, I don't think the client has any objection to noting that if the operation were to increase materially, he understands that he'd need to come back. It was noted earlier, if he were to sell it, that new person would need to come and get a special exception. I don't think there's any risk, so to speak, in approving a special exception with regard to the existing operations. I think there are some guardrails in place should it expand or should it become a nuisance. And certainly if he exceeds what's been proposed tonight, an abutter, anyone in the neighborhood could go back to the town and say, wait a minute, this is different than what was being. So there is an avenue.
Okay.
So, more questions? No? Okay. So, how many vehicles do you have now?
6.
Huh?
6.
6. And what are the types of vehicles?
I have the biggest one I have is a Ford 550, which is a 19,500-pound vehicle. The second one I have an Isuzu NPR, which is it's a 14,500-pound vehicle with a dump body on the back. These are dump trucks. I have 3 dump trucks. I have a Ford F-350, which is about a 13,001-pound GVW. Then I have 2 3,500 GMCs and 1 2,500 GMC.
And how many trailers?
2 mower trailers and one dump trailer and 1 equipment trailer. And I have a small trailer. I have a couple of other trailers too, but I don't use them. They're actually going to go up for sale. They're just older. But I got 16 acres and I just haven't had the time to sell them. They're not even registered, so.
And the area that you use for the leaves and grass, what size area is that? What, square footage wise?
It's probably 100 by 100, maybe. It was a hole that was dug originally when they put the building in.
But around 1,000 square feet?
I wouldn't even say it's that big. It's probably 100 by 50, 500 square feet. Maybe, yeah, somewhere between 500 and 1,000 square feet. I mean, it's not a big area. But it was a hole that the original owner, when he put the building up, dug to put fill in around the building. So I just started filling it in with leaves and debris and grass.
What do you do with the leaves?
Just compost them.
You compost them?
Yeah.
So
Just
you
let them rot
So you put them
in the hole.
in the hole and
Yeah,
burn it?
yeah. I think Joe brought it up last time because he works for,
Yeah,
you know, about composting stuff.
okay. And, Mr. Johnson, because I got here a little bit late on the original, if you remember, and I saw the video, and it was pretty comprehensive. But in thinking about it, it was a day in time, one day in time, you know. There were a number of different vehicles that had nothing to do with you, you know, and your business. How many, on Swan Lake and in the general area, how many people do you mow there?
I don't mow anybody in Swan Lake. I used to mow Perry's Place. All I do is, I do cleanups for a few of the neighbors.
Oh, you don't mow anymore?
I know, I mow, that's what my main part of my job is, but all these guys like to mow their own lawns, so.
They mow their own lawns?
Yeah, they mow their own lawns.
Oh.
They do ask me for advice, though, on their lawns.
So, in terms of, how many employees do you have?
5.
5. Full-time employees?
Nope, I have one part-time, 4 full-time.
One part-time?
Part-time is fall and spring when we do cleanups.
Right.
Spring cleanups, fall cleanups, and then bark mulch. I purchase all my bark mulch. I don't store it there. I purchase it all from Alpha Gray Miller.
So the, in terms of how you operate your business, when do you start?
We start at 7:30 in the morning.
7:30? Do you go, how many days a week?
During the summer, it's 5 days a week. In the spring, we do work Saturdays. We start at 7:30, usually 8 o'clock Saturday morning, and we work half a day on Saturday. And in the fall, occasionally, it depends on whether weather is coming in as far as leaf cleanup is concerned. If we have rain days, well, we will work Saturdays. And if we know snow is coming, we are going to work 6 days a week if snow is coming to get the leaves off the ground.
So you have one 6-wheel dump truck, is that what you have?
I have 3, actually. But
3.
they're all under CDL. They're all under 20,000 GVW.
Yeah, okay. When you start your day, you leave, the people, I would imagine, get there at 7:30, get themselves going. And are they gone for most of the day?
Yeah, unless we forget something, or I need to come back and, get another truck, or something breaks.
But are they gone for most of the day?
Yes, yes.
Okay, going wherever they're going?
All of our business is done elsewhere. We're all over,
So they leave at around 7:30, 8 o'clock?
Yep.
Unless they have to come back for something special, they don't come back until 4:30?
Usually 3:30, 4 o'clock we get back, and, we talk about the day, write down what we did, and then figure out what we're gonna do tomorrow, and, either get stuff ready for tomorrow, and then we're out of there by 4:30, 5 o'clock, usually. And usually, we're all out of there by 5 o'clock, usually.
So if this board was to decide that we approve this application, would you consider a number of conditions stating, because you're stating all this, and as counsel has said, this is on the record?
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And, any deviation, and this lady will come with a cease and desist, okay? To protect the neighbors, from abuse of the process, I'm just saying, if we decide that
I
that's.
agree. Yeah, no,
Okay.
that's fine.
And this is kind of an anomaly, I must admit, okay, that I know we've approved and denied construction yards, okay, that are, construction equipment, backhoes, loaders, dozers, significantly large dump trucks, graders, tractor trailers that are, 40 feet long. You have none of that.
No, I think that's kind of the
I do have-
important
I-
thing to think about when
I'm
making
saying
decisions.
some things that are probably very stupid, but I'm getting them on the record.
No, well,
Okay.
like, when you say I have none of that, yes, I do have bobcats. We saw those in the video.
You
I
you
have-
do have.
I have
okay,
mini
good.
excavators.
So, yeah, so you have a couple of Bobcats. Okay. Do you have any excavators?
Yes,
Okay.
I have two. I
But
have-
they go on the back of those particular trailers,
They're all under 12,000 pounds.
12,000 pounds. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But typically, it's 7:30 to 4:30, Saturdays in the spring,
In the fall,
and when,
in the fall,
and the fall.
yeah.
Oh, we have a fall here? Oh,
Yeah.
Oh. Hey, oh, that's wonderful. Okay. I, so in terms of the trips, the way I'm hearing this, it's about 6 or 7 vehicles leaving, including your own, okay, right, in the morning. Maybe,
Usually it's 3 to 4 in the morning. There's always two, we don't use the dump trucks when we're mowing, so the pickup trucks go out on mowing days.
Okay.
And the dump trucks stay in the yard.
Okay.
The dump trucks are primarily used in the spring and the fall for cleanups and, bark mulch in the spring and cleanups. And then they stay in the yard unless we're doing, we mow 3 days a week, and we do other projects 2 days a week.
okay, and do you maintain the vehicles there?
No, Mark Dame does all my maintenance.
Okay, I thought you had said that before, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't maintain the vehicles?
No.
It's done out of there, okay? Yeah.
I do change the oil on my lawnmowers, which is 2 quarts of oil, so.
Really, you changed the mo?
Yeah, I don't take that, I don't
You
take
changed
that.
the oil? No
Yes,
kidding?
yeah.
Wow, he changes the oil. Yeah, great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mr. Johnson, is it fair to say with your part-time, that gets you to 6 employees, do all 6 come to the yard every morning and park their cars and then leave? Or are there a couple out that have their person, do they just go to a job site and even come to the yard?
Some of them go to the job site and some of them come to the yard. It all depends on the day. Usually, the most I've ever had there is 5 employees coming in their cars during the day.
Oh, I know I had another question. In terms of future, what are your plans for expansion?
Retirement.
I'm sorry?
Retirement.
Retirement.
56 years old. I'm just trying to get it so I can retire here. I just want to be able to finish my days out here and retire. That's my goal. And it's hopefully coming sooner than later.
Sooner than later?
Yeah,
Easy for you to say.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. More questions from the board?
Just how many vehicles stay there overnight?
6.
All 6 stay there, nobody takes them home at night?
During the winter, the plow trucks are all in everybody's yard.
Everybody,
Yeah,
everybody
takes- but-
takes their plow
Yeah,
trucks home.
Typically, there are 6 trucks there every night. Yeah. And I don't let people take the trucks home.
So you do plow also in the wintertime?
Yeah, 205 driveways and roads, all in all.
Okay. Joe, Jim?
I'm good.
Good, thanks.
Good. Okay, Tom?
Good.
Paul? Anything before I put it to public?
No, I'd rather have my neighbors speak for me.
You'd rather what?
Have my neighbors speak for me.
That's always a good thing.
It is.
Okay. So I'm going to open it to public opinion, and I'm going to start it off like I always do. Okay, is there anyone that is in favor of this applicant's proposal? Oh, oh boy. Okay. This is wonderful. Okay, usually it's a lot of negative, but I'd like to see that. Okay,
So use the microphone, you can
okay,
speak.
so
I can move.
yeah, you two guys get out of there, okay? All right, and why don't we start right over here, okay? Please, okay? And then just once somebody starts and ends, another person comes over. We need your name, your address, okay, and what you want to say.
Right. Thank you. Hello, my name is Chip Underhill. I live at 32 Swan Lake Trail. I live between the entrance off Route 28 to Swan Lake Trail and the business. I see it all. Being retired and living on Swan Lake Trail, I spend 90% of my time outside the house, except of course when it's snowing like it's been. But then I'm still on using my snow blower. But I have a front seat to the road because I have a four-season porch, a home office, and a living room, all with windows right there on the road. I want to give you relevant information, and I hope correct what is, I believe, a misimpression regarding the presence of the landscaping business, specifically traffic on the street. And my remarks are not personal. I've only spoken twice in my life, briefly and amicably, to both the business and the claimant. My wife works full-time as well in an office with a window right on the street. And both of us in 5 years have never seen any kind of vehicle disturbance of any kind on the street, including an excess of vehicles. I have 5 grandchildren. I'm not the slightest bit concerned about the presence of the business or the vehicles on the street. It's simply an observable fact. The vehicle traffic from the landscaping business is not heavy or disruptive or unsafe in any way. Frankly, I'm only bothered by the few neighbors and delivery trucks who drive too fast on Swan Lake Trail. But the company's vehicles and the private vehicles associated with the business drive slowly, safely, and courteously. When we bought our home, I took no notice of the business on the street, despite frequent walks to the dead end past the street, the business entrance, and then back. I finally connected the dots from all the vehicles having logos. I said, oh, there's a business there. But there's no sign. It's located deep down the driveway with forested trees blocking any view. I invite you to come up and see. You wouldn't know there's a business there except when the cars leave in the morning and come back at night. And as I say, they're not that many, and they're courteous and safe, and I see no issues to that at all. And given two different descriptions, mine and the claimant's, of the business's presence on Swan Lake Trail, I invite you to come see for yourself what I'm describing. Your own eyes will give you the best reliable picture that you personally could get, rather than a verbal account or a slick video presentation. As for property values, I can say that I watch it like a hawk, and in 5 years, I'm pretty pleased with what I've seen going up. I think that the concept of the business's presence being a detriment to property values is a red herring. It's a distraction. I don't think it, I understand from the claimant's perspective because they just got here. They haven't even been here a year. So sure, I would watch that, but I can tell them in 5 years, so I got 5 years of experience to give you. It's going pretty well. So between traffic and property values, I say non-issues, and anybody else can speak to other things because they have more of a, lived there longer. And if you have no further, any questions, I'll just yield to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Name and your address, please. Yep.
My name is Anne Marie Allwine. I actually wrote a letter as well, but I wanted to testify. I'm at 55 Swan Lake Trail, and this is an important location because Chris's business driveway has an egress through our property and is located, so his facility and the parking is right directly behind our house, where we have an outdoor deck and a pool and everything. So we are in the closest proximity to his business. when we purchased our house, we, found this out, and they said that, he was willing to move his driveway if we requested it. And we didn't opt to have him do that. And we have not regretted that decision. But I think it's really important to know, like, the video that was being shown, every scene in that video showed our house. It was our house that was in the video. And we have no little kids in the driveway or anything. So it's our house because the traffic, and the trucks go right through our property each day. And so I work at home most days, so I am there a good portion of the day. So I know, when the trucks are coming in and coming back. And I really want to say that, and I have lived there, we've lived there like, 6.5 years. And that video was not a representation at all at what is typical. There are a few vehicles that go out in the morning and, a few vehicles that come back in the afternoon. And, if that was a day where somebody forgot something or whatever, it is not representative. And as Chris mentioned too, like, this is not even every day, because if it's a rainy day, they're not working. And then 5 months out of the year during the winter, they're not doing landscaping, they're only doing plowing if there is, snow plowing that needs to be done, that, any vehicles going out to plow snow. So like 5 months out of the year, there's not even any, the business is not even on our road. So, and the other thing I think is really important is that, any downside, and I believe it's very minimal, is far outweighed by the benefit of Chris as a neighbor and having a landscaper there. He's, I want to, also I didn't have an opportunity to kind of give rebuttal to some of the things that were brought up. And as I said, this goes through our property, so I'm really, feel like we have the best, and my husband can talk, his point of view as well, the best view of what's going on. But the noise is very minimal, whether it's behind our house or going through, it's very minimal. And, it's all relative to, like, our neighborhood goes right along Route 28, much more noise and traffic going, past our neighborhood than any noise here, and especially during like motorcycle month, and a lot of, noises that way. And as somebody else mentioned, we have a lot of Amazon trucks and FedEx and things like that, much less considerate of this being a residential area. They go fast down there. And, Chris's guys are always very, go very slow, and actually will stop and talk to people that are walking their dogs and, chat with them. And they're very friendly and very considerate. There's not at all any kind of safety issue. In fact, I feel like he takes care of our neighborhood, helps with plowing, and making sure that it's safe. And I remember a number of years ago when we had a lot of flooding here in Alton, a lot of the roads were washed out and stuff like that. There was a hole on the side of our road. It wasn't in the road, and so it wasn't a big priority like for the town to come because it wasn't, affecting our road. But as somebody that walks their dog on the side of the road, it's, I said something to him, and he, immediately made sure and filled that hole in so it, it's safe in our neighborhood. And, he's a great neighbor in terms of like, he lets us access his property on the trails, whether it's with our dogs or without our dogs. But the other thing he does is he trims the side of his property right on Swan Lake Trail, and he trims back all the brush because a lot of people walk their dogs down there, and he doesn't want them to get ticks. He doesn't, he's protective of the neighborhood. We've had a lot of elderly people that he helps, make sure to take care of their driveway. I mean, he doesn't mow our lawn, but he helps take care of our property and stuff. My husband, and he can talk about this, has had some disabilities, and he's jumps right in to try to help, him. In terms of property values, when we bought our property, according to, some of the things online that'll show what your property values it now, it's almost doubled in, in the number of years that we've been there, and he's been in business the whole time. There was another concern about wildlife or something decreasing. Let me tell you, as somebody who abuts that property, it does not impact the amount of wildlife at all. In fact, we have too many bears tearing down our bird feeders and deers eating our hosta. It does not impact, reducing the wildlife at all. So I don't think it's a nuisance. I don't think it's a safety issue. I don't think that it affects the property values negatively. Any of these issues. And I think, when I've talked to other people, first of all, I feel like the vast majority of our neighborhood support Chris's business as it is, and any small concerns I've heard is about, oh, there's going to be a gravel pit. Well, from what I understand from Chris, it's not even possible to build a gravel pit there because of the amount of ledge, that's up there on the top of the hill and stuff. You couldn't even do it, even if he wanted to, which he doesn't. So, that's not a concern. He just wants to keep the business as is. And my understanding, as long as there's been a business there have never been any complaints. There have never been any complaints, and that the people we bought the house from were very much in support of him and his business. The people that the Dodges across the street bought the house from were big supporters of him. He always took good care of our, neighbors, so. Sorry,
Thank you.
that's long, but I
Thank
just
you.
wanted to
Thanks
make
for,
sure.
thanks for
And
the
thank you
letter.
very much.
Thank you for being so clear.
Yes.
Particular. Thank you.
Think, right over here, yep. Name and address, please, sir.
My name is John Jonish, and I live at 45 Swan Lake Trail, right next to Anne Marie. And I have known Chris for 20 years now. And he has always been what I consider a very intelligent businessman and a gentleman. And that's the way he runs his business, too. His crew has been there for quite a while, and they've done absolutely nothing wrong. I think all of us consider them an asset to the neighborhood. When I'm walking my dog, if one of their trucks goes by, the guys always wave to me, and as long as there's no other traffic, sometimes they stop and talk to my dog. And, that's the way they are. And Bear gets a biscuit in return. It's been a very nice relationship with them. He's always been, I thought, a super business manager. And one of the things that has always impressed me is never have I ever seen one of his vehicles going up and down the street in a unlawful manner. They always keep the speed way down, and they're mindful of the fact that there are kids in the neighborhood, and you don't have to worry about them at all, not at all. And Chris and his people have been friendly to all of us. At one time or another, we've all said, hey, Chris, can you help me with this or help me with that? And he says, sure, I'll send a couple of guys over and they do it. At my age, I need help getting my dog up into the car when he goes to the vet. I call Chris, he says, I'll send a couple of guys over and we'll hoist him in the car. And, you know, that's one of the things that just makes it nice to have him around. He plows my driveway, took care of my lawn this fall. I have no complaints at all with him, none at all. And I would consider it a great loss to our neighborhood if he had to go and find someplace else to do his business. He seems to be doing a good business, and as far as I can tell, there is nobody that's got any objections to him. And if there is something in the town bylaws that indicates isn't in a welcome spot, I think it's something where you should consider consider giving him a break and, you know, let him stay there. We would certainly be unhappy to see him leave. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. How big is the dog?
Big dog.
How did that happen?
Oh, it's big.
Yeah.
So when I take David down to say hi to Chris again, he goes, see, we're all gonna say,
Yes, sir. Your name and address, please.
My name's David Allwine. I'm Anne Marie's husband. I also live at 55 Swan Lake Trail. It's hard for me to say anything original, given what Chris has said, plus what John and Anne Marie have said. But I absolutely support 100% everything they have said about, in my opinion, Chris's operation not having any negative impact on Swan Lake Trail. I myself, we have two small dogs. We walk them several times a day up and down the street. I usually take them out in the morning. So when I see Chris, it's normally when his crew is taking off in the first thing in the day. And like everybody has repeated, his people always slow down. I mean, they're driving slow to start with, but when they're passing us and we're on the side of the street, they go even slower. They're very courteous. In fact, when you are in the house, I work at the house, not as much as my wife, but I'm still at the house quite a bit during the day. Honestly, it's hard to hear them even going by. So they, and again, their driveway is, I mean, it's within 30, 40 feet of our house. So it's not like they're making a bunch of racket. And when they're on the street, excuse me, you can't hear them at all. So you really have to be looking for them to even notice, in my opinion, that they're even going up and down the road. So, of course, you've heard about how helpful Chris is, and he absolutely is super helpful to everybody there. Me personally, I've had some medical operations in the past, which have made me a little bit less mobile than I typically am, and Chris is always volunteering to do whatever he can to help. And that's not, that's not a reflection on his business per se. It just kind of shows you the kind of person he is, and how he operates, how he is always considerate of other people in the neighborhood. And like people said, everybody gets along with him in our neighborhood. And I'm not kidding. This is the first, in the 6 years we've lived there, this is the first time, this whole situation, where I've heard word one against the operation. First time I've ever heard it. So, you know, so what has changed? Well, the only thing really that has changed is operation has not changed in the 6 years I've been there. It's the new person who's moved in that's changed. So, be that as it may, um, my vote would be to, let Chris have his business there. I think he's not only a productive member of our community, but to the larger Alton town in general. So I won't take any more of your time, but.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Get some women. Oh, yes, sir. In favor. Name and address, please. This mic is a better mic. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. No. I have a dogs. I'm in Scotland. My name is Terry Harker. I live at 48 Scarlet Drive. We live across from John and Dave. So yes, ditto to everything that was said. I've lived there with my wife since we bought the property in 2002. We've known Chris a long time. I'm not going to repeat everything that's said. One thing was though is about the trucks per day. Mr. Dodge's presentation at the Mr. Dodge's presentation. I was unable to attend the hearing, but I did do the video, which move that thing over. Not that one, the other one.
Where you can bounce back?
Yeah.
Open that window and throw it out.
I don't think it's that.
So I can quit now.
Yeah.
Mr. Dodge made a presentation with a video, and I just wanted to comment on it. I, last night, watched the whole hearing. He had two dates that he identified. July the 8th, which was a Tuesday, he said there were counted 25 trips going in and out for an 8-hour period. So, 8 hours and 25 is three an hour, or if you divide it into thirds, like he was identifying morning, lunch, and afternoon, you're talking about 8. Chris, this is July, peak of Chris's business. Chris said he had 4 employees, plus himself for 5. 4 people come into the site. That's 4 trips. 2 trucks leave. They usually double up. In July and August, I'm walking my dogs early in the morning because French bulldogs don't like heat. So I see the trucks coming. There's 2 guys in each truck. So right there, 6, Chris makes 7, let's go home. The other date was identified August the 11th, which was a Monday. And Mr. Dodge identified there were 28 trips. Well, you can still do the math. It's still the peak season. Chris has four guys. Maybe the temporary shows up. This is a Monday. Maybe he has to come in on a Monday. It doesn't take long to get 5 trips. That's 4 guys coming in, 2 trucks going out. So it was identified that all these trucks, well, less than half the trips going in and out are trucks. A person, one of Chris's employees going into the site, that's a half a trip. That guy leaving the site makes a full trip. Traffic engineers count a trip as two ends, coming in and going out. Coming to McDonald's and leaving McDonald's, that's 1 trip. So what we're getting at is that the volume of traffic is very minimal. The times that
Chris's people are on the street is between 7:30, 8:30. Nobody is driving on the street at that time. At 8:45, just about every day, and I can count on it because I'm walking one of the bulldogs. One of my neighbors drives up the road and leaves every day at 8:45. That's the only guy I see, other than Chris's people. So it's a very low-key business. He does not have a contractor's yard. In no way is it representative of a contractor's yard. Contractor's yard, you think of the facility when you go to the transfer station. You go by a contractor's yard. Well, if Chris was doing that, I wouldn't be here, to tell you the truth. I wouldn't be here. Nobody in Alton, for the last, certainly since COVID, has bought a house where they got a deal. Everybody's paying more than top dollar for their homes. Mr. and Mrs. Dodge were the same, and that's great. So the representation that Chris's operation would affect property values really doesn't fly. He has a large shed there that doesn't have electricity, doesn't have water, and all it's used for is storage of his equipment that cannot be out in the truck overnight. That's it. If you didn't know that was there and you drove down the road, you would miss it because you cannot see the building for the trees and the gate. So it's, I'll leave it at this. It's a very good business for the neighborhood. It's not in operation 4 or 5 months of the year. And we're happy to have him in the neighborhood. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. God, I think I know this guy. Hold on. Could you give us your name and your address, please? Use this one over there.
Green line?
No, move over there and move over there and get that thing over there.
Yeah, okay. Tom Viney, Viney Engineering. I drew up the nice plans that you were looking at the hearing. And I'm bothered by the deed restriction. It was brought up at the beginning of the hearing that going from residential to commercial, which is prohibited or is identified in the deed as is residential only, in my mind, that wouldn't be used by you. You would dismiss that as a non-issue. I've heard that at a number of hearings over my time as doing this, is when somebody brings up a deed restriction for whatever it is, somebody on the zoning board says, wait a minute, we can't use that because we don't know what it is, why, how, who, or whatever. It's a private matter only, unless, as the lawyer said, it was written on the subdivision plan, and I know that's not the case. So then you go to the deliberations, and you're talking about the commercial residential deed restriction, and that bothers me. And even tonight, it bothers me. It should be proclaimed that it's not usable in your decision-making, or you could say a finding of fact is we can't use that. And that's my interest in the case. I didn't like that. I still don't like that. But thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Barney. We really appreciate your input. And I think the board does realize, after talking to our own counsel, that we may have, if we put weight on that, if our decision, and we put weight on the fact that it was involving the deed, we probably were in error.
Good, thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Bonnie.
And I hope we don't see you the rest of the night, okay? Thank you, Mr. Varney. Was there anybody else in the background back here that was in favor? Only in favor? Anyone else that wants to speak in favor of this application? Not hearing none? Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay.
I'm not in a butter, but Sarah Johnson, 156 Roger Street, Altenburg. I just came in support of my son, who works very hard, and I've seen with his neighbors how much they appreciate him. And now that I'm a member of the older generation, Chris took care of my parents on 156 Roger Street for years, plowing, mowing, cleaning up, and he's doing the same thing for me now. And what he does is just amazing. He has a lot of older clients who depend on him. He shovels right to their doorway so they can get in and out. And he just is a remarkable citizen for the town of Alton. And I hope you appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay. Anyone else in favor? Not hearing any, not seeing any more? Anyone that would like to object to this application and the applicant, please come forward. One more time. Not seeing any, not hearing any, then public input is closed. Okay. Guys, you want to come back up? Okay, is there anything more that, council, anything more you would like to say or talk about?
I don't think that I have anything further to add at this point. I think, obviously, the statements by the neighbors and the memo that my colleague has put together, I think, do a really good job of showing how this meets the criteria of a special exception, and we encourage you to approve the special exception.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson? No?
I'm just happy that my neighbors like me.
Well, what gives you that idea?
Well, we're not going to get into the VIG tonight, okay? But thank you all for being respectful, okay, to the process. This is never easy for us. The contractor yards are not easy for this board. And we're very concerned about the neighborhoods and how they're affected, and we should be, okay? People bought their homes hoping and praying that their values would go up, they would have comfort in places that are homes to them with their families, their friends, their children, their grandchildren, their dogs, their cats, and what other animals that people may have. And this board takes it very seriously in terms of asking the appropriate questions and then making sure that everything is on the record so that we can, if by chance we approve things, that we do the appropriate conditions, okay, that make sense and are reasonable for everyone concerned. Okay, any more questions from the board?
Nope.
Any more? No? Okay. All right. So, without further ado, I'm going to ask the board to go to the special exception worksheet, and Tim, Tom, I would like you to start off.
Okay.
And go your way, Paul. Okay?
Yep.
All right?
A plat has been submitted in accordance with the appropriate criteria in Article 500, Section 520B. That's yes.
I agree.
Yes. I agree.
I agree.
The specific site is an appropriate location for the use. This is a allowable use by special exception in a contractor yard, although this particular case, being a landscape lawn mowing business, is much less than a contractor yard of typical stature. So in my opinion, this is a 16-acre lot, hidden from view and in the neighborhood. We've had testament that they can't see it, hear it, or even know it's really there. So I believe that this is a specific and appropriate location for the use.
Tim Morgan, I agree.
Joe Mankus, my answer is a little more lengthy. A specific site is, 16-acre lot is nice, and it's secluded and unseen, and that's all great. But I say it's not a great location only because it's a residential, it's residentially zoned, and as 1/6 member of this volunteer board with the goal of following the criteria set by the town and what I understand, the master plan, at least that section, but residential is residential. It's got nothing to do with Chris. I think every town needs more Chris's. I think we need more Chris's in this world. It's blatantly obvious. I wish I was your neighbor. I'm thinking of selling my house and moving next door to you. But I just think residential carries weight with me. So I'm going to say it is not.
So it is not.
I said not.
Yeah. And Tim, you said it was, it is appropriate. Okay. I agree that it is an appropriate site by special exception, and the location, for all the reasons that Paul LaRochelle said, in terms of it's a 16-acre property, it's well hidden from the road, and this is not your normal contractor yard situation.
And I agree, at the specific site is an appropriate location for the use.
Property value. This issue still troubles me, but factual evidence was not found that property values would be reduced due to incompatible land use. There was no testimony with respect to, no factual testimony with respect to incompatible land use affecting property values.
We're going my way anyway.
Yeah.
I will agree there was no factual evidence found that property value will be reduced or increased. There was either way. So is not found. So I agree with Tim.
There's been no demonstrable facts of that property value would go down on any of the properties surrounding this property.
I agree. I agree as well.
Okay.
Joe, it's to you, I think.
That was me.
Joe?
Abutters, there is no valid objection from abutters. There is nothing but full 100% support from abutters, which is great. So no valid objection.
I agree.
I agree. I agree.
There was an objection at the original hearing. It has not been repeated, so I'll say there are no valid objections.
All right, nuisance. There is no undue nuisance or serious hazardous to pedestrian vehicle traffic, including location, design, access ways, and off-street parking. It was demonstrated by most of the neighbors that there has been, and especially neighbors right next door, that there is no undue nuisance. They would certainly know. And it was also noted that most of the pedestrians that walk their dogs in streets, it appears that Mr. Johnson's employees, including himself, are extremely careful, okay, to vehicular traffic and pedestrian traffic on the road.
I agree, there is no undue nuisance.
I agree for the same reasons.
I agree.
I agree. I think it's quite the opposite. Whatever the complete opposite of nuisance is what we have here. They're lucky to have you.
Facilities, adequate and appropriate facilities and utilities will be provided to ensure the proper operation of the proposed use of structure. There's electricity, there's no water, it's strictly a storage barn. I see that there's no concerns there, and they will be provided to ensure the proper operation.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
There is adequate area for safe sanitary sewage disposal and water supply, and this is not the case on this particular property, which is a storage facility.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
Agree.
Proposed use is consistent with the spirit of the ordinance and the intent of the master plan. A couple of years ago, the town passed a warrant article that permitted contractor yards in this area by special exception, and I think the applicant has shown that he meets the criteria of the special exception, so it's consistent with the ordinance.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree as well.
Okay, so as I read everything, on acceptance, it was 5 unanimous. On appropriateness, it was 4, that the specific site is an appropriate location for the use, 1 dissent. Value was unanimous 5. Abutters, unanimous 5. Nuisance, unanimous 5. Facilities, unanimous 5. Sewage, unanimous 5. And intent, unanimous 5. Did I
Mr. Chair.
say that right, correctly? Did I miss anything?
Mr. Chair, if I may, there is a special criteria for contractors' yard set forth in section 401G, which is included in the memo. It deals with the stockpile of materials, and we did address it. If you'd like, I can provide you with a copy of the memo.
Yeah. What do we got here now?
Special criteria in your order with regard to contract.
401G?
That's correct.
That the applicant is not proposing any materials and stockpiles to be stored on the premises. Right. If we're gonna put certain conditions on this anyways. Okay, great. Okay.
Thank you.
So, gentlemen, the special criteria for contractors yard set forth in section 401G. The applicant is not proposing that any materials and stockpiles be stored on the premises. The only thing being stored on the premises is equipment and vehicles which they are not, when they are not in use. Passenger vehicles used by the applicant's employees may park outside the barn, and work vehicles, when it is not in use, may also be parked outside the barn. However, the applicant stores all other equipment in the barn when it is not in use, and the vehicles are parked near the, or in the barn, and generally obstructed from the view from the road by the existing vegetation. The applicant is not proposing to conduct any maintenance operation on site. The parking areas and the entire site is well wooded, and the existing vegetation works to obstruct the view of the premises from the road, and it is not anticipated that the storage of the vehicles and equipment will produce any dust and result in any erosion of the premises. So it's so into the record, okay? You're welcome. Okay, Does the board want to, I mean, we've heard an awful lot of testimony, and there has been a lot of, what has been, the applicant has said that he's willing to do. Do we need, should we put conditions that the board recommends? Or do we just go by the record?
The only thing I would add, Mr. Chairman, in addition to what's on the record and what's just been entered into the record, is that there be no retail sales from this site.
No retail sales. Okay. So we're going to enter into the record that there will be no retail sales. Okay. Also into the record that we're going to start around 7 o'clock in the morning and be finished by 5 o'clock at night. 5 days a week, on Saturdays, 8 to 12. How about 7 to 1, okay? Is that?
Yeah, 7.
Okay, Sunday?
No.
No, right? Okay. Only special circumstances being there at night, like,
I mean,
plowing.
am I gonna get the building inspector showing up if I'm there till 2:30 on a Saturday because?
No.
You think it's necessary to do that?
I'm sorry?
You think it's necessary to do that? It's not a nuisance. Someone comes in at 5 in the morning.
He's already said what he was gonna do. We don't need to make it as a condition. No. We're not gonna make it as a condition, okay? All right? That way, use reasonable,
Try to be reasonable.
try to be reasonable. Most of the neighbors don't think you're reasonable at all, so I mean, I don't know why you don't go in there and do the dishwashing, okay? Dear Lord.
There are only so many hours in a day.
Okay, so can I get a
Wonder when my
motion?
lawn's getting
Tim,
cut.
can I get a motion from you, please?
I'll move that we approve this application for special exception, case C 2535, for special exception to Article 400, Section 401D17, for contractor's yard with the conditions set forth previously in the record.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Congratulations, good luck, okay, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate your time tonight.
Chairman, can you take it?
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. We'll be right back at it.
We're trying to keep tabs on this elevator. Hopefully, we get that thing running soon. The only thing that's holding us up is the state.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for coming out.
Have a good evening. Thank you for everything you had
Thank
to
you
say.
for coming out. Guys were terrific.
Thank you for all your information.
Look, get rid of that
And
dog.
take care of
will you,
that dog.
Please, Jesus, it's gonna kill, that dog's gonna kill you. Get it? Get rid of it.
Well, maybe you ought to consider saddling them. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good evening.
I know, they should put a bathroom up there.
think that when they drive in up to, we just verify what the people this is. This is the plan. Yes, I think Mr. Lundy and Mr. Hertel will describe what they're planning on doing. So there'll be a change, which would probably require a new special exception and a new application because it would be different.
Okay.
So I don't know if this is a rehearing, if we continue the rehearing to give the applicant time to do his special exception again. But they can explain it to you.
Need to have a discussion. Yeah.
The, anyway, that's probably the summary of it.
Okay, guys, got a second? So, discussion beforehand, Hertel Investment Properties and Mr. Lundy have made a tentative agreement where they're going to, they're notifying the town, the planning department, Town of Alton Planning Department, that they intend to, Mr. Hertel plans to do an easement onto his property, which is the storage place, which abuts Mr. Lundy's property, and do a 20-foot easement so that Mr. Lundy can go out to, is it Herd Road? What's the road?
Ogden Road.
Ogden Road instead of Miramichi Road. Okay. To reduce any vehicle traffic noise, okay, and actually would exit and enter his property in most cases, okay? Let's call it 90% of the time.
Yeah, he's keeping the Miramichi open.
He's got to keep it open, right, because he has a road cut there, okay? But he's proposing to, they have both agreed with a letter of intent, okay, to get an easement from Lundy's property to that other road, okay? What Norma is suggesting is that's gonna come back to us as a special exception, okay? So Norma, what you're saying is that we should probably not rehear this? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Or should it be continued?
We should continue it.
That we're gonna continue the rehearing, and they're gonna apply for a special exception?
They'll have to have a new one,
They'll have to
a
have
new
a new one?
application.
Do they have to repay?
I'm sorry?
Do they have to pay another fee for that?
Probably, yeah. But this will keep the people that are appealing it in the
It's a change, it would have to be a special exception.
Yeah,
A new special exception, okay?
yes, makes sense.
Okay, does that make sense? Okay, it would need to be, and you'd have to pay the fee and, okay? I don't know. You mean the one that we already approved?
Yeah, it's already approved.
What did we do?
Already approved.
We already approved that.
This was,
This is a rehearing for that.
yeah, this was a request for a rehearing, but the people that wanted it reheard had to appeal within 30 days.
I'm sorry?
Maybe we can waive the fee.
We're talking if we should even have.
That's probably not,
It's just a
Why don't you come up?
we would,
Yeah, let me get this on the record.
yeah.
Okay,
Make sure that mic is turned.
okay. All right, this is,
Yes, push that
rehearing.
so it's green.
Z 25-36, Stephen Grill Esquire, agent for Catherine Gould, abutter, map 15, lot 9-3-1, Miramichi Hill Road. It's a rehearing for a special exception residential rural zone. A rehearing of a special exception is requested for Article 400, Section 401D 17 to permit a contractor's yard that was granted at the October 2nd, 2025 ZBA meeting. Okay? So I guess we have to hear this rehearing, okay? And we'll just rehear it, okay?
Yes.
He needs to turn the mic on.
Over here, I think you were in executive session discussing this letter that I received a copy of this afternoon. Written by Mr. Tell, stating an intent to grant an easement and the fact that a new site plan is being worked on. And it seems to me that the applicant, Mr. Lundy, shouldn't have it both ways. That he either proceeds with the application that we're here about tonight, or he withdraws it, file a new application, site plan, because they are very different animals, and the way didn't bring the materials up, I wasn't sure what we were doing, but the way the ordinance is worded, the special exception criteria require, the word shall, have a site plan showing where the materials are stored, where things are parked. All that will change, but where the materials are stored now on the existing site plan would be, I assume, where the easement would belong. Kind of arguing against something that doesn't exist at this point. So, but it seems to me what we ought not to do, have a hearing and then come back for a new site plan. Spare the board or tonight. So we can decide if he wants to withdraw, if he wants to go forward tonight, but if he goes forward tonight, this potential change is not on the table. We may well end up coming back. I would be that right if it's addressing, forget the case, if he can come back, if he makes the change, if he gets the line tonight, he can come back with a plan, as long as it's limited to addressing the line. So that kind of, the exception to the general and applies to the same. Right. So I tried to raise this issue. I spoke to here, Richard, a couple of weeks ago, and this also office, just because I wanted to avoid having to come back twice instead of fairness, or fairness to the applicant as well. So maybe get some clarity of his intentions. Sure, he's going forward with the thing. I would say let's withdraw the application tonight. Come back with a new application. If he wants to go forward, then this hypothetical possibility is just that.
Okay.
My impression is that you're the one who's asked for you're the party that's asked for the rehearing, is it correct? Sure, absolutely, I understand. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to propose that we continue this rehearing, and in the interim that we meet with counsel about this. I think there's an issue of what can and cannot be filed, and what we should hear. but I don't think it's fair to either party tonight to have anybody go forward if Mr. Lundy, or if the applicant for the rehearing tonight is denied, then Mr. Lundy might come back with something else and the applicant has to come back again. I mean, it's a mess. That's a
Well,
technical term.
let's just think about this for a second. If Mr. Lundy, if you asked for the rehearing, okay? He's here and he's available. If we decide to rehear it and we still, if the board, after having read your reasons for the rehearing, if we decide that we're denying your request, then he's already got an approved, he already has an approved ZBA without this, easement that he's proposing. Okay, so there's that possibility that Mr. Lundy has to decide, does he want to go, he doesn't have to give, or, I'm sorry?
Or withdraw.
Or withdraw. He doesn't have to withdraw. Okay? Because you're the one that proposed the rehearing, and we agreed that we should rehear it, okay? You came up with your opinion and your arguments on why, okay? And Mr. Lundy doesn't really need to withdraw. And I understand that, okay, but and I think it's a reasonable one, but I just want to make sure that Mr. Lundy knows that he has a right to hear this and go through this right now, right?
But if I'm hearing you correctly, or if I understand what you're saying correctly, Mr. Lundy, you have it approved under the original application in the original site plan. If we go through the rehearing and we continue being approved, all well and good, no harm, no foul. But he hasn't gone to the planning board because he potentially has a new site plan. He would then have to come back here and now ask for a special exception with that new site plan. Is that, I mean, it seems, yeah. I guess that's up to Mr. Lundy.
I think it's, your decision is yours right now, I think. Yep. Why don't you come up?
Please turn it on.
And just introduce yourself again and
Just press.
just press the button
Press
right in
the
front of you. Try that one.
No.
Let's just see if it works.
Rick Lundy. I realize that I got it approved.
Rick, that one doesn't work. Grab that one.
Agree.
They just got worked on.
Yeah.
Fortunately.
All I'm
This is what
saying,
happens when you have a default
I'll
budget.
drop a little bit closer to you, and that's all it was.
yeah. So what I'm trying to do is Jeff's willing to do an 20-foot easement for me, because I would like to go out onto Ogden Road there, out onto the highway, and eliminate all the other. So, I mean, I'm just trying to be a good neighbor.
Right, and we understand that.
And
But you are also making changes where you have to go to the planning board. So basically, the question is to you right now is whether or not you would like to withdraw your special exception that you were already approved with, which includes the rehearing this evening, and start again.
Or you can go for a continuance.
Or continuance.
well, if I leave it the way it is now, and you vote for the rehearing.
Mhm.
I mean, if it doesn't go my way.
Right.
Then I can put a new application in and go with the other plan anyway, so I mean,
Right. Okay.
I mean,
But it's up to you. You can squash
can
it
go for
tonight,
the
or
rehearing.
you can go on with
If
the
it gets
rehearing.
approved, he's all set. If it doesn't get approved, he'll just reapply with the new site plan.
I think he's trying to weigh in his head, what's the advantage of squashing it tonight?
yeah, I mean, where I already got it approved, now I'm just trying to make a change
Yeah.
to better
Okay.
it with the traffic and whatever.
Which means you have to go back to the planning board.
Yes, but,
We haven't been to the.
no, I haven't even been to the planning.
They've
board.
Okay,
never-
okay,
Right,
okay.
but,
There's no change
yeah,
that.
the
Okay.
only change is on, you know,
Right,
yeah.
okay.
right,
What's your site plan?
For the storage.
The storage.
Mhm.
yeah. So I would be getting a 20-foot easement off Jeff, going out onto that town, Class 6 town road, which comes straight out to the highway and avoids all the other.
That's right, that's the self-storage site plan would have to go for a site plan, not you, okay? Yeah, so do you want to hear this? Do you want to withdraw your app, your ZBA approval? Or do you want us to go forward with it right now?
Well, I really don't want to withdraw it.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay,
You
you
know,
don't have to.
I think the question, if the rehearing wasn't brought by you, the rehearing was brought by these people, so it's really up to them if they.
Yeah, and just excuse me.
Yeah, that's
Just
right.
to be clear, our position is we're prepared to go forward this evening. But on the application that's already on file, not on a hypothetical
Right,
application. That's just a different animal that's not on the table.
Right, okay, right. Not on a hypothetical.
I'm sorry, I'm Steve Grill, attorney for the applicant.
So you're the one that brought it. We're prepared to go forward. So this board should go forward. May as well. We should go forward. Okay.
Works for me.
Okay.
Let me just grab my material.
Grab your material.
Thank you, Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. London. Okay, can you just, yeah. We need to approve his,
Yes.
okay, can you give us 1 second, Mr. Gill?
Sure.
Okay, no, okay. We will, just like the past. Okay, nope, we don't have to. You're on.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. As I,
Hold on.
Yeah, try to get as close to the phone as you can. You're
Okay.
soft spoken.
I just don't want to sound like a rap record. I'm Steve Graham with the Beaton Law Office in Meredith. I represent Robert and Catherine Gould, who are the butters, who sought and been granted this rehearing. Hopefully this picks me up with it's noise. So, there's a lot here. First of all, thank the board for hearing us this evening, especially this late in the evening. We've put a lot of information in my motion for the hearing. There's also a lot of information in the record from the October 2nd hearing. What I always like to do in these cases is simply ask that all of that be deemed incorporated into the record so that Mr. Lundy doesn't have to repeat everything, and I see his engineer isn't here anyway, and we don't have to repeat things we've already submitted in writing. So I think it's more efficient if I just hit the big, what we consider to be the big points. And I guess I was struck by the last hearing for the landscape business, where you had a gentleman in a neighborhood that had been there a very long time, that had a lot of support from the neighbors, and and it was a landscaping business with, I think he said, 6 vehicles. The plan in our case, Mr. Lundy's case, is to come to a neighborhood where, nothing personal against him, but his business plan is strongly opposed by the entire neighborhood, and that's clear from the letter that Ms. Fairman submitted with all the signatures, as well as the fact that she is here, Ms. Gould is here, and a couple of the other abutters are here as well. The proposed contractor's yard, and I may jump around a bit because there's a lot of information, but the proposed yard is a 4-acre, just a hair under 4-acre lot. I saw in the notice of decision that it said 12 acres, and I don't know if that was just a typo or if perhaps there was some confusion about the size of the lot. It's just under 4 acres, and literally every usable part of the lot, right up to the setbacks, is being proposed to be turned into an excavator's yard, not a landscaper's yard, with 17 vehicles and 3 large trailers. Hours of operation, 6 days a week, starting early in the morning and going until late afternoon, 5 o'clock. In a neighborhood that up until this point has had 0 commercial activity, let alone the kind of noise that an excavator's yard would engender. I represent excavators, I represent lots of people in the trades. I'm very familiar with the mandatory backup signals that all dump trucks and all heavy equipment have. Those will be beeping loudly and really shattering the quiet of this neighborhood on a constant basis in the mornings and on even Saturday morning, starting at 7. And we all know that if it's 7 o'clock, the guys show up maybe at 6:30. Maybe they're warming up the vehicles, especially on a day like this when it's going to be 0 overnight. They're going to warm up those diesels, and then the excavators start going and they're loading. It says stone. I think the special exception criteria require more detail than just stone, because if you know the dirt business, there's lots and lots of different types of stone. There's gravel, there's 1/4 inch, there's pea stone, and then the worst possible thing for this neighborhood would be riprap. I can imagine an excavator dumping a load of riprap at 7 in the morning onto an empty dump truck. And again, on a lot that literally abuts right up to the property line. 2 neighbors, Ms. Gould being one of them, the Secarinos being another, who have not yet built, but who intend to build on their lot and bought it with the intention of building. I believe they live in New Hampton now, is that? New Durham, rather, I'm sorry, I meant New Durham. New Durham now, and are thinking of building. And then right across the road from the drive that is presently proposed onto Miramichi are the Pasquariellos, the Balls, and the Fortons. And across 28, a little bit removed from that direct abutter, even though legally they're direct abutters, Ms. Fairman, the Hammonds, and the Slades. And then you have the noise of the trucks themselves as they rumble. We don't even know how they're going to make that turn out of that drive onto Miramichi. If you know that area, it's a small dirt road. Well, maybe it's been paved recently, right? I think it's been paved recently. But it used to be a dirt road, and it's still a narrow road with a narrow turning radius. And then they come to Route 28, where the school bus route was changed to not make that turn because it's a dangerous intersection. At that stretch of Route 28, it's 55 or 50 miles an hour, and it's a curve. It's not a place where you want a dump truck coming out, a fully loaded dump truck coming out, you know, grinding through its gears until it gets up to 30 miles an hour or 50 miles an hour. It's just not the right location. Again, the Goulds are not anti-business, the neighbors are not anti-business. Ms. Fairman has had a business in town for a long, long time. Her family is in the construction business. Mrs. Sicarino is in the construction business. There's nothing against the business in general. It's just not the right spot for it. That's the thrust of the objection. And a lot of that is raised in the materials. The dust is a factor, dust and erosion control, but dust in particular, like I said, we have very, very limited information, which our view is it does not comply with the submission criteria, which require an applicant, particularly for this type of operation, to explain in greater detail and really bear the burden of convincing the board this is not going to disrupt the neighborhood. It's not up to us to come in and prove that it will. It's up to him to prove that it won't. And the way he's supposed to do that is by really describing that operation. Like I mentioned, stone. What type of stone is going to get dumped into those dump trucks on a regular basis? There are 17 vehicles. I forget how many dump trucks are proposed. There's a 5,000 square foot garage, which the plans say will be rented. Part of it will be rented, which I think is a separate commercial use that requires a variance. So there's all kinds of things that have not been well thought out. I think the idea that they may now decide to move the access, you could say that's a concession that this original plan wasn't really as well thought out as maybe it appeared at the last hearing. I wanted to mention also this notion of property values. I know there was question about it at the last hearing that just took place. There was some mention about it in the board's decision. It's a tricky one because I do not think New Hampshire law requires abutters in this situation to get together and hire an appraiser and an expert witness and come in like it's a trial and say, you know, we've done a market study or an appraisal study and here's the result. That is sometimes done in large commercial cases. If they were putting in a shopping center or something like that, maybe that would be a different thing. But where you're talking about an excavator trying to bring his business into a residential neighborhood, I think it's enough for the residents to come forward and say, we think as property owners that have bought our properties because of the beauty of this residential area and behind, as you go up Old Wolfboro Road, it's very rural, it's very undeveloped. These are large lots, they're residential lots. They know what their values are, they know what their property values are, and they are competent as a legal matter to testify as to those values. We did offer in the filing that I made on November 17th, we did include 2 opinions of value from local realtors, but it's really just common sense. If you were the Secarinos, I don't know when they bought their property, but when they bought it, that lot was part of a residential subdivision. Before Mr. Hertel bought it, put the storage facility in, which is a permitted use, and then subdivided it further to create the Lundy lot. If just common sense says that if he were to be in that same position that he was in when he bought it, when it was a residential lot, and was informed by the realtor, by the way, an excavator is taking this entire 4 acres, clear cutting it, and putting in 17 vehicles, including dump trucks, loading stone with those annoying backup signals, and they're going to be running 6 days a week. That's not the same property anymore. It's just not. And that you don't need to be an expert witness to make that calculation. It's just, it's common sense, and it really is common knowledge. So this will have a direct impact on the Goulds, my clients, and on the other neighbors that I've mentioned. And you don't have to take my word for it, because they all showed up at the last hearing, and and there are more letters in the file now, and several of them are here this evening. So those really are the biggest issues. You know, I feel like I end up repeating myself, but let me just check a couple of things. Again, the comparison to the 16-acre landscaping lot where it's been sort of a fixture of the neighborhood and the neighbors are okay with it, is just a very, very different animal than what we have here. Here we have a new business proposing to come in. I will say in favor of Mr. Lundy, it's convenient for him because it's close to 28 and he can hop on the main road and get to where he needs to go. But that is basically saying the convenience of one owner and a new owner at that should be paramount to the interests of the existing residential people who have been there a long time and who do not want an excavator's yard literally in their backyard. I think that the nature of special exceptions, they're kind of a funny animal because the board almost acts like a planning board to some extent, not unlike what it does most of the time. You really have to dive into the site plan and the use and the nature of the use and how it will impact the neighbors in a way that you don't normally do, where you're thinking more about, variance issues, which are kind of at a less detailed, I would think, and you kind of leave it up to the planning board to sort out the details. This project, by the way, would require a full major site plan review at the planning board, if approved, either Plan A or if the new plan were to be brought forward. But that doesn't mean that this board shouldn't look very closely at things like where exactly are these trucks going, how often. The information is very vague. There was a statement by Ms. Richard that there will be trips during the day, so it's not just a few trips in the morning. By comparison, when Mr. Hertel's storage unit was approved, it was approved on the basis of a representation that there would be 15 trips a day. That's 7.5 in and 7.5 out, which makes sense because if you're in a storage unit, I've had them myself, most people have these days, once you load it up, you don't come every day. You come when necessary, when you're moving again or when you need something or when you want to store something else, and it's infrequent, and it's a much, much different use. And that there was a lot of discussion, as I understand it, I wasn't part of it, but a lot of discussion about that access onto 28, including DOT, which of course has to approve access to the state highway, and how it would be configured and the storm drainage and all of that. This, on the other hand, is a much, much more impactful, frequent, heavy-duty use on a very, very small road that's not designed for it, and the option of going up Old Wolfboro Road to where it connects back up to 28 a little bit further north is really not any better. It takes the problem, doesn't alleviate it at Miramichi except for the turn onto 28, and then it extends it all the way up Old Wolfboro Road to more residential uses, and I mentioned some of those in the materials. So there have to be better locations where it's not a concentration of residential uses. That's the main reason that the neighborhood is really upset about this proposal. And I mean, I could go on, but I think you get the gist of it. Everything else I need to say is covered in the request for rehearing, and I, again, incorporate that, the two opinions of the local realtors that we've included and whatever was already in the record from the prior hearing really reflect that the neighborhood is, I won't say they're up in arms because they're lovely people, but they are very upset about the prospect of having this in their backyard. So, thank you. And I do also have an aerial photograph because again, there seemed to be some confusion. I don't know if I can put this in the record, but you're welcome to have it. It just shows the location of the lot. It's not yet clear cut in this photo, but it either has been or will be the same way the Hertel lot was. I don't even know. I think they would need an AOT if they haven't clear cut it already, but that's. I'm sorry, Miranachi is this. From Old Wolfboro here on my left, your right. And then it continues up on the other side of 28 up the hill. That's the proposed lot that is not yet built from the folks from New Durham. The Goulds, not direct abutters, but directly impacted, direct abutters. This driveway from the Pasquarellos is almost directly across from where the proposed drive is. So they would be probably waiting if they need to get out in the morning until the dump trucks finish their gig. And again, all residential with the exception of the hotel self-storage. So that's our concern. We wish Mr. Lundy well. We hope we can find a better spot that doesn't have the same impact.
Questions from the board? So I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
So if Mr. Hertel, is it Hertel?
Hertel. With a
Hertel.
T.
If Mr. Hertel had kept the property and expanded his self-storage, he could go all the way to the Miramichi Road,
Not necessarily.
but he could.
It would be an allowed use, but there were.
Allowed use, okay, so he could expand that
But,
and
but
go, he
the
could go.
planning board had quite a bit, there was quite a lot of conceptual, there were changes, there was a lot of.
I understand, but I'm
He
just-
would not need zoning board relief.
Can I finish?
I'm sorry, I thought you were
Okay.
asking a question.
Could he have taken that property and extended the self-storage all the way to the end? Could he have done that? To the corner of 28 and Miramichi and to Mrs. Gold's property and the other gentleman's property? Could he have done that?
He would not have needed zoning board relief because it's an allowed use.
It's an allowed use.
But he would need DOT, I believe, relief to expand. I forget how the regulation works. There's an existing cut, obviously, at Miramichi, but it's not unlimited. And if you are affecting
I'm
traffic.
not talking about, he would have a road cut on Miramichi.
Well.
But let's just say that all the buildings were put up there.
Okay.
And it expanded.
Yeah.
How much traffic, how many vehicles do you think would be if he had another 50 or 60 or 100 units? Okay, by right, he could do it. Okay, and how many vehicles and how much noise do you think would be at that point?
Well, by right, he could do it in terms of the ZBA, but what I'm trying to say is because he was taking a Class 6 road and turning it into a commercial access drive, there was a lot of permitting required. And in your hypothetical, those permits change, right? You now have DES involved more for the stormwater. You have, so it's not a slam dunk. This didn't
I'm
get
not
built.
suggesting that it's a
This
slam
didn't
dunk.
get built with a
But
rubber stamp.
hypothetically, he could expand that, okay? And there'd be a lot more activity on that property, that 4 acres.
If you take the 15 cars, which is what I read in the planning board minutes, 15 trips a day on, I believe, the lot is 8 acres now. I may be mistaken. But, so if he built half as many, because the lot is half the size,
Yeah.
it's 7 more trips a day. So it's 22 trips a day. But we're talking about cars, for the most part. We're not talking about dump trucks.
No.
So he could have increased the traffic, probably to some extent, with some, planning board
Sure.
process and so forth.
Just asking,
Yeah.
my next question would be, what about the noise and the traffic on 28 that exists today?
Yeah.
I mean, the person that lives right on the corner of 28 and Miramichi, okay? And Mrs. Gould, that's right there. 28 is a very active road, as you have well mentioned.
Sure.
Okay? A lot of trucks. Okay?
Yeah.
A lot of noise.
Not the same type of noise, though. So my response would be, at what point does a lot become too much? And there are no studies in this record by the applicant to show what the noise, in terms of decibels, which is typically, when we get into that discussion, that's typically what we're looking at. The background noise of the traffic, and particularly if tires are out of balance or somebody has a bad muffler, or it's a truck air braking, which shouldn't be doing, but they do. You get those noises from time to time, but it's not the same as literally in your backyard having an excavator dumping stone into a dump truck. It's just
Do
a
you have
different.
any idea how many vehicles go by there every single day?
I do not have that count. I'm sure
17,000.
Yeah.
A lot of noise.
A lot of noise, and
Okay,
DOT is.
so I would
It's a
I would
different.
say to you,
Yeah.
okay, that the residents on both sides of Miramichi, being that close to 28, probably hear an awful lot of noise all day long.
I don't disagree that they hear highway noise on
I mean,
a
it's
frequent
a
basis.
major traffic area.
Yeah, but
Okay.
but I would disagree that it's the same volume or the same quality or type of noise.
I disagree with you.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the noise factor, okay, and the extended noise factor, and especially, unfortunately, a bike weekend, I mean, you get a lot of noise, but you get it everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? But I'm just suggesting to you that there is noise there, okay?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to ask you those questions.
Yes.
Okay, because they concern me, because you've made it very clear that the neighbors wish Mr. Lundy well, but just not on this site. Okay, because they feel it's the wrong site. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, one other question. I noticed there was a letter that was signed by an awful lot of people on Miramichi Road and on Old Wolfboro Road.
Yeah.
They can't be all the butters, okay? I only saw 3 homes or 4 homes. How many homes are on the other side of Miramichi?
There are 3 abutters on the west side, so the hill side, the far side. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 abutters on the east side that are more direct. 3 right across the street on Miramichi, and 2 that have Old Wolfboro Road addresses.
So there are 5, but how many are on the other side of Miramichi?
3.
That was on that list.
At 3, and then non-abutters going further up the hill. But 3 abutters, the way the statute defines abutters, on the west side with Miramichi addresses, Ms. Fairman, the Hammonds, and Miramichi Hill LLC, which is the Slades. And then on the other side of Miramichi, closer to Lundy, the east side, the Balls, the Pasquarellos, and the Fortons are also all considered direct abutters.
Thank you. That's it. That's all I got. Anybody else have any more questions?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah. All right. Mr. London? We're going to take public input in just a second, ma'am. Okay. Mr. London?
Only one thing that I'd kind of like to get off my chest is,
Bring it closer to you.
that property was zoned for self-storage or contractor's yard not that long ago. A lot of those people bought those houses after knowing, or they could have found out, that it was zoned for self-storage or contractor's yard. Some of those houses have just been built just in the last few years. So I don't feel like I came in here asking for something that wasn't there, because it was there, but now it got changed and you had to go for special acceptance. So that's my whole thing is, you know, it was zoned for contractor's yard, self-storage. Now you have to go for special acceptance, which I would think that most of these people would know that it was zoned for that, you know? I mean, a lot of those houses were just built and bought when that was zoned for that.
Is it still zoned for that?
No, that's when it got changed. By the time I got it into my name, it got changed that you had to go for special acceptance.
It changed before it went into your name, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. But all those new houses were built around that when it was
Right, but-
self-storage or contractor's yard.
Right, those houses were built.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not.
When it was zoned for that, but then the zoning changed and it made that lot a residential lot?
Made it, if it made it so you had to go for special acceptance.
Okay, okay.
So I mean, I don't, I just.
So you rolled the dice, as did they, because you bought a lot that was zoned residential, hoping to put a contractor yard in.
Well,
So it's the same situation.
well, it was zoned for self-storage, contractor's yard. Then.
But that was before you owned it.
Right, then you had to go for a special acceptance.
Right, you bought it as a residential lot,
But,
hoping that you would be able to put in a contractor yard.
well, I don't know. I mean, I know you have to go for special acceptance for
Right,
mostly everything now.
right. Okay.
So, Mr. Lundy, anybody, Joe, you got any more questions? I didn't, I think I interrupted you. Were you finished?
No, Frank,
No?
I'm
Okay,
just used,
wanna make sure.
Rich, I'm just used to
Paul,
that.
did you have something you wanted? Good. Okay, so, the, Attorney Gill mentioned, okay, you know, the number of vehicles that you have. How many dump trucks do you have?
3,
Three. And how many excavators do you have?
5.
5. So when you do a project, do you bring your excavators in and out every
My
day?
excavators,
I'm sorry?
most of my excavators haven't been home in 3-4 years.
So,
Bring them home in the winter, we service them. They
So-
go back out in the spring, and they mostly go job to job to job to job to job.
so typically, the excavators, loaders that you may have, do you have loaders?
One loader,
One loader.
that's,
When they go to a job site, how long do they stay on the job sites typically?
they go from one job to another all summer.
And sometimes they never come back.
They don't come home, you know?
Do they come back for repair, though?
A lot of the time we do it, if something happens, I do it right on the job. If it's something major, yeah, I'd bring it back.
The excavators that you have, how do you transport them? Are they transported on a tractor trailer or behind a dump truck?
Yeah. 3 of them have to go on a big blow bed. And those are the ones that I just move job to job to job, usually. The smaller ones can go behind a dump truck. But very rarely do we even bring them home. You know, most of the time, they're just going from one job to another.
And again, over the course of the day, how many times are you coming in and out?
Usually go to work in the morning. Like today, we poured concrete up in Tuftonboro today, so we're gone all day, you know. This time of year, you know, come winter time, we work inside the shop, you know, working on the equipment or whatever, but then once spring comes, they're gone, you know.
Mr. Lundy, we're having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not like we play in the yard all day. We're not there.
In regards to material, it was brought up, can you speak to the material aspect? For instance, you need 40 yards of riprap. I would assume you're not gonna have that
My
drop,
trucks.
you're not gonna have that dropped at your site?
No.
And then rehandled
No, my trucks go
and pick
to
it
the
up?
pits. We get the material, and we go to the job. The only thing is, if I have if I have 3 loads of sand, or 5 loads of sand, or whatever, left over, or if I need it for Saturday, because the pit wasn't open or something, or whatever, you know, loam or whatever, and I'd put it at the yard, but it just goes in and out. It's not retail. We don't sit there and sell stuff out of the yard.
Right.
You know? So it's,
And I think you previously told us that none of this is for retail sale.
no, we don't do retail. We don't have time. We're doing septic systems, foundations. That's what we do.
And if I remember correctly, at the end of the last hearing, you brought up the premise of working with Mr. Hertel for possibly getting an easement. And what was the thought process behind that? I think I understand what it was, but for the record, you actually mentioned something tonight, something about being a good neighbor.
Well, yeah, so I would like, I talked to Jeff, and we made a deal on a 20-foot easement, because I would like to get out onto that Class 6 road and get right on the highway.
Right.
And it's just, I don't have to bother anybody, I'm gone. And I get, you know, and I know that anything that I do to that Class 6 road, that's at my expense. It's not the town expense, you know, so I mean, and I understand that.
Okay.
And how would you utilize Miramichi Road if you were to do that?
That would be,
Strictly for something else, for
no,
your
my pickup.
pickup
maybe,
trucks and
pickup
things like
trucks
that?
and Whatever, maybe. Most of the time, I'd probably be coming in the other way.
Now, in terms of the building, and the buffers, what were you intending to put in for a buffer around the property?
Yep.
And what kind of lighting, so the lighting wouldn't be
Yeah.
filtering through and disturbing the neighbors or anything like that?
No, I wouldn't have I wouldn't.
Exterior lighting of the
No,
buildings?
I don't need a bunch of lighting. I mean, we're only there, we work during the day, you know. I don't need a bunch of lights. So, and, you know, I'm not there at night.
And as far as a buffer, what were you intending to use?
buffer?
For the buffer?
Yeah, well, what I want to do is all along the back property line, I want to put 5, 6 foot berm material with abrevieties on top. So it blocks everything right off. You don't see nothing. Same on Miramichi. Right, and the highway is, I'm gonna leave all that tree buffer staying anyways.
Okay. Last question. You do excavating, but you do septic systems. You do not store septic tanks or septic piping or anything like that. That's something you purchase and have delivered to the site, correct?
Go and we pick it up right at Water Industries and it
So
goes
there's
right.
no stockpiling of all kinds of Schedule 40 or all kinds of piping and?
No. No, it just takes up.
Well, that's a good Mr. Lundy, you say you have 3 dump trucks.
Yeah.
I would imagine those are 10-wheeler dump trucks?
2 triaxles and a 10-wheeler.
And the bodies, what kind of bodies do you have on them?
I just put brand-new dump bodies, 2 brand-new bodies on 2 of the trucks, and I bought a brake.
I can't hear you.
I just put two brand-new bodies on 2 of the trucks with the high lift gates. They're $35,000 a piece. You put the body up in the air, you can put the tailgate right up in the air. Everything comes out. The tailgate comes down slow, goes right back into place.
It's not slamming.
So those back plates don't slam or anything?
You can do it 2 ways. You can slam it, or you can put it up in the air and let it down quietly. And the truck I just bought has the same thing on it. So they can be neighborly friendly.
Sure.
Mr. Lundy, if in fact this, again, gets approved or goes forward, would you commit to a condition of making sure that 5, 6 foot berm is put in the arborvitae's as a condition?
Yeah, it's right on the plan. And the abrevieties that the deer don't eat. Because there is 2 different abrevieties. One the deer eat and one the deer don't.
Right.
Yep. Okay.
Any more questions from the board?
No, thank you.
Okay. If the board has no more questions, thank you, Mr. Lundy. Okay. We're going to open up to public input. Is there anybody in the audience that is in favor of this? Well, we're asking, how am I doing this? Okay, this is the abutter. So that's in favor of Mr. Lundy continuing his, the approval? It's fine. Is there anybody here in favor of that? Seeing none? Hearing none? Okay. Is there anyone that opposes, okay, Mr. Lundy? Can you, Mr. Lundy's proposal of the contractor's yard? Does anybody oppose that? Yes, sir. Okay. We can start right here. Go ahead, ma'am. Thank you. If you would state your name and your address, please. Thank you. And if you wouldn't mind, try to get right up to the microphone. Thank you, ma'am. Yep.
My name is Sandra Hammond. I live at 184 Rhines Road in Alton. And I have some questions about this plan. I am a butter, and I have to ask, are you going to have work done on your equipment at this site? And are you going to have probably a buried fuel tank for your equipment, which we all know can cause spills, leach into the groundwater, leach into other things, tanks leak eventually, and these are just concerns I have. So you would have fuel on the property? Is that allowed? To have, because he
gotta
would,
be in a-
he will be, yeah, but,
They have to be in contained.
so, what, would he be allowed to change oil on the property? Or,
I
you
don't
know,
know if he can.
fuel his trucks and equipment on the property? What shop? So it would be on the property? Yeah.
So you change the oil, do this, do that, work on machines in the shop.
Barring no accidents?
What's that?
Barring no accidents of any sort? You're so cavalier about it. It's,
We have 55-gallon drums that we get rid of the waste oil. I don't have a waste oil furnace. I don't want one, but I have friends that have them. I give them my oil. They come and get it, put it in the back of the truck, and we take it away.
well, okay. I'm not satisfied, but that's your answer.
Thank you. Yeah. Do we have another? Yeah. I'm going to leave you there, Mr. Lundy, just in case somebody has a question and you've got to answer it. We're going to get you
Another mic.
another mic, okay? Because we need it for the record. Thank you very much, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Rob Cesanaro. I'm lot 9-2, right behind him. I live in New Durham currently. And I think just regarding the purchasing the property, I don't know what it was zoned, but I might have been the first person to purchase the property. I remember when Sandy had it for sale. That whole block that Mr. Hertel bought was for sale, so that statement is not accurate. I've been in construction for 40 years, whatnot. I'm currently a commercial construction project manager. I've been a field engineer. I've been a site work foreman. I worked in his business, so I know intimately well what it's all about. Again, nothing against him. I don't blame him for wanting to put a yard there. I feel, first of all, it seems like we're being judged because we live, because that property is in proximity to Route 28, and versus the previous case where it was a nice, quiet neighborhood. I feel like we're being judged as kind of like second class to that. Because we're already hearing noise, then we shouldn't be able to have the right to have, our neighborhood free of, dusty, noisy business. A site work business is the most noisy contractor yard you can have. Again, I've worked in it, I know. You're going to have trucks. You're going to have unplanned trips. You're going to have trucks, oh, quick, run back to the yard, get some more pipe. Run back to the yard, get the mini excavator, drop this off. Things happen that you can't plan for, especially the maintenance. There's going to be maintenance when it has to happen. Sunday if it has to happen. A vehicle breaks down, you can't let it sit until some convenient time. You're going to be working all hours of the night to repair it. So, again, my point is, it's not the vehicular traffic, and, you know, Mr. Hertel's operation, if you have vehicles going in and out, you know, that wouldn't bother me. I wouldn't mind having his operation, you know, storage facility being put in there, but a contractor yard with a site work company is the most noisiest, disruptive, dusty, smelly thing you can imagine. So I just don't think it's the right place to be. And again, I wish, you know, if we were in a, I just feel it's a little unfair to say because we live near Route 1, you know, because it's Route 28 and there's already noise, so what the hell, you guys don't matter much because you already have a lot of noise going on. I don't think that's fair. I don't know if any of you would like to see that yard. You know, I'm right here. Again, I haven't developed it yet, but I bought it before anybody did. You know, right there. And it's just, there's no screening, and a 5-foot berm, if you look at the elevations, 5 feet is going to put those shrubs. You know, I'm still going to see his yard, his mess over there. There's just no way to put lipstick on that pig. So I just hope you can look at it from our point of view, regardless of what noise is already there, and just realize it's just not the right spot for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Your name and address, please.
I'm Dan Riley, and I live directly behind the storage units, which is next to where his proposed property is. Now, I've been living there for 6 years, and for the last 3 years, I've been putting up with all this noise. First, the lot being cleared for the storage units took about 2 months, cut all the trees down. I heard no 28 before that happened. We approved the storage units because we were like, that's not a big deal. I saw his other storage units, he keeps them neat and clean, it wouldn't be a problem. That's a big difference between that and this proposed contractor's yard. You said, what if you put the storage units all the way up? Wouldn't that be the same thing? No, it's not the same thing at all. And I've been living with, he's been trying to finish the storage unit, the property out there for 3 years, and he's not being able to get it done. I don't know why. If I had that equipment, I'd get it done in 2 weeks. It's like, I'm hearing dumps, your tailgates are always slamming back there. I'm in my backyard with total quiet, and all of a sudden I hear bang, jump off the ground. It scares the hell out of me.
I know, but I can make them quiet.
I'd like to try to work with you, but, what I've seen so far is not, acceptable at all. Now, clarify, where are we talking about you going through? Are you going directly through his storage units?
Behind it.
Behind it, closer to my property? So you're gonna be driving big, heavy trucks right through my backyard, basically, is what you're saying?
50 feet away and down,
Right next to the cemetery that's behind my house?
right down behind the storage at the same elevation as his slab unit.
So that's not gonna be better for me, having you go behind the storage units. That's closer and closer to my house. I don't know how that's better. I bought this house for a retirement home. When I bought it, Hertel told me, oh, who owns that land out there? Oh, I don't know who owns it. We're never gonna do anything back there. No, and Tony told me next door to, who owns
I
that
owned
land?
it at the time. I subdivided your lot, Dan. I
Yeah.
told you I didn't know what I was doing back
Yeah,
then.
you told me you didn't know what you were doing.
And I didn't.
You knew what you were doing. Always lies.
Okay, calm down.
Yeah.
Okay, calm down. Please, continue.
I
Let's
bought
not
this house.
accuse people of other things,
Yeah.
okay?
I
Let's
bought
stick
this-
to the facts, please.
Okay. Apologize, I'm wound up. Tired, it's dragged out way too long. I bought this house 6 years ago as my retirement house to retire in. I had nobody behind me, nobody next to me. I had Class 6 road over there, where I know who owns the land, and they're never gonna do anything. We've got Sandra Hammond's son owns across the street 69 acres, and I got nobody. And I signed on for the traffic on Old Wolfboro Road. There's dump trucks going up and down there all the time. I signed on for that because I knew that was gonna be there, and that's what I accepted that. I did not sign on for all this noise behind me. I should be able to go in my backyard and sit out in the sun and not have to worry about this noise. Look at how windy it is tonight. You know what it was like the other day when he has dump trucks up, I get to smell the diesel fuel blowing in my house and the sand and everything. It's just not an acceptable place for it. You know, we have 28 right there, and that's, you're right about that. We have noise already, but it's gotten louder since the trees have been gone, and then now we're gonna take more trees out, and it's gonna just get worse. And it's not what I signed on for. And if I try to sell my house now, with that behind there, nobody's gonna wanna buy that, knowing that that's going in there. Well, someone probably would, because there's no houses out there, but. And if you know, you said last time, you said, we gotta stop hindering, businesses in this town. You know, it's like, Mr. Lynn's been in business for 100 years, and he's gonna be in business for 100 more years if he doesn't get this approved. It's not gonna hinder him from being in business. That's what you said, right? Last meeting, you said, we gotta stop hindering businesses in this, that's not so sure that I'm the one that said it, but somebody did on this board did say that, okay? Well, that's not gonna hinder him from being in business, he's always gonna be in business.
So when did you buy your land, sir?
6 years ago.
6 years ago. 6 years ago, did you look at what?
Zoning, yes, and it was all.
No, excuse me. Okay, did you look at what the zoning was 6 years ago?
Yes.
Okay, and what was it then?
Residential. The whole subdivision was zoned as residential always.
Special exceptions. Today, we're doing a special exception. Okay. I'd like to come in and do this structure work. It's the zoning requirements right now. 6 years ago, it was the same. Not in every zone in the alternate can you do that. Because that's what the town voted on.
See that. When I looked at.
Right
looked at my
right
property.
here at the town hall.
I can look on the tax map and everything, and it says residential. It doesn't say, oh, there could be special exception.
You could say residential, but then there are terms about what that residential area will do. There's a business district, there's a commercial district, there's a shoreline district.
I know those. I know that they're all there.
Right.
This one.
And there are certain things that are allowed in each district.
How would I know that when I bought my house and I looked at the maps?
You, wouldn't be just on a map, it would be in the registered books. In the zoning ordinances.
So does
I
everybody, when
think-
they buy a house, they look through all the zoning?
If I can just add a little bit here.
It's up to the people to look at that.
I think
when
that
you
the
buy a
average,
property.
the average person is gonna check the zoning. I don't think they're gonna do a deep dive into what the ordinances are, what you can and cannot do with it.
I was a real estate
The
learner
average
about.
Yeah, it's up to the person purchasing the property to look up at what the zones are in certain areas. And in a lot of cases, when a home is sold, the realtor will tell you what that zone is. In many
He was
cases.
my realtor. He didn't tell me that.
So you go into town hall and you'll find out what you need to know.
So we're
That's all
kind
I
of
have.
getting off the subject. Are you all set? Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Ma'am, you wanted to speak? Yep.
My name is Kathy Fairman, and I live at 41 Miramichi Hill Road, and I, as an abutter, right across the way. I just have, so much has been said, and you know the letters, I hope you have them. I just like, excuse me, to offer a little clarity on two things. First of all, back several years ago when Mr. Hertel came in, that was all zoned rural residential, and he had to have a special exception in order to build these storage units. And it was made clear to us at the time that he would be going in off of I think it's Hodgkins Road, that was Class 6, and he was going to be upgrading that, that the entrance would be on that side, that all of the storage units would primarily be over on that side, that it would not be coming up against Miramichi Hill Road or on that corner of Miramichi Hill Road and Route 28. And a lot of it would be forested, that it was, only a small area that was going to be that. And we supported that, supported the special exception at the time. Thought it was a reasonable thing to have, that it would not encroach on the residential area and the residential nature of the neighborhood, so we did support that. Then along came the subdivided that property, and then this proposal comes in. And the very same people who were supportive of that at the time are now here saying, no, this isn't okay. This is not appropriate for our neighborhood. And I think for good reasons. It doesn't have anything to do with trying to encumber a business or oppose business. We all know these are necessary. And like Dan just said, Mr. Lundy's been in this business for a long time. This isn't going to, denying this and keeping this as the rural residential lot that we think it really should be isn't going to really hurt his business. He will continue on. So, or it isn't going to take away the need to have that kind of business, because there are several others in that part of town and in the town that can do that. So it's not like we really have to have that there in order to support the community. So clarity on that issue. Secondly, I can speak to personal experience. You're talking about the noise, about 28. And yep, I hear the cars go by, the trucks, and when they start early in the morning. Sorry about that. It is getting late. We're all tired. But they aren't going backwards down 28, and you don't hear all those warning sounds and the beeps as we were talking about. But there was a big change, so for the number of years that I've lived there. And when Mr. Hertel started the excavation for his storage units, then it was very noticeable. So, and there was a big change with the trucks coming in and the tailgates and the sound of the gravel both being loaded. It's been going in and out there for this whole time. And it's very loud. The tailgates slam, and they let those tailgates slam because that knocks the stuff out of the trucks. We know there's a logic to that as well. So I can speak to the fact that it's a very different sound than just the 28 and the traffic going forward, that having the trucks going in and out and dumping and excavating has changed dramatically. And that isn't even as close as it's going to be when it's where the yard is going to be. A 5-foot berm compared to a 10-foot truck isn't going to do very much. So I don't think the screening, which of course if you do decide to approve it, please put stipulations on it as to the screening and as to the time and as to the noise and as to the lights being down lights, a whole lot of things that are not in the plan. And the other thing is, if you're thinking about approving it, don't do it without going up and visiting the site. It's only 3 miles up the road. It won't take you half an hour to do it, and you'll see how close the houses are to each other and how close they are. The bulbs look right over it to that area. And imagine 17 trucks there. And I'd like to know what the other trucks are. I've heard 3 dump trucks, and I've heard, I forget how many excavators and some trailers. But 17 trucks, it's a lot of trucks, a lot of vehicles. It's an intense use of 4 acres. And in an area that it really would be better to have that business someplace else and not in that neighborhood. And there's a lot of good reasons for it. And I really do hope that you will please deny the special exception for this lot. I think it's the right thing to do for that area. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to oppose this? Yeah. Sure. Yep. Okay, I'm just going to close public. I'm going to close the public hearing. Public section. Yes, sir.
Chair's questions to Mr. Lundy. But I guess I would note that the a lot of that information is supposed to be, and the ordinance uses the word shall, be included in the application itself. And the application was pretty bare bones, and that's not unusual. I've seen a lot of zoning, probably not as many as you guys, but I've seen a lot of applications over the years. But again, special exceptions are unique animals, and they do require strict compliance. The application itself included plans drawn by the engineer, and I'll quote, it says, "Some trips into and out of the yard for loading or dumping material will occur throughout the day." So we sort of have a slightly different statement from Mr. Lundy that kinds of downplays it, but it's common sense, as one of the gentlemen said. Sure, you may send your loads out in the morning, but if you miscalculate and you need a few more yards of whatever material, that's where it happens. So this is anticipated in the application, not in the statement that we heard this evening. I think the use will be a lot more intensive, enough information to conclude, as Lundy was optimistic, but also non-specific about, what types of materials will be used in that garage, what types of equipment, such as, compressors to take off lug nuts. And in the summer, those doors are not going to be closed, I don't think. There's just a lot of information that we're sort of being asked to take at face value. And the only other thing I'll say, because I think we've pretty well covered it, is that the Goulds did not buy knowing that a contractor's yard, and I wasn't sure if Mr. Lundy was saying it was on the books as a special exception or as a permitted use. To my knowledge, and I haven't studied the history of the ordinance, but to my knowledge, none of the folks here tonight bought when contractors' yards were permitted use. So it may well have been a use allowed by special exception, which is why we've been having this hearing. But our view is those criteria have not been met for all the reasons we've gone over. So I thank you all for your time. It's late, and I'll stop.
No, thank you.
Unless you have questions for me.
Thank you. Any more questions? Joe? No? Jim? Paul? No. Okay. All right. Shall we go to the worksheet? Sure. Please.
Plat has been submitted in accordance with the appropriate criteria in Article 500, Section 520B. Yes.
Agree?
I agree.
Agreed.
I agree.
Which way are we going?
We're going my way?
Yep.
The specific site is an appropriate location for the use. This is a lot that is allowed by special exception. I'm sure there will be conditions will put onto this specific site. There is a storage facility located right alongside this site. So, and it's in proximity to Route 28, so I believe it's an appropriate location.
I believe that is not an appropriate location for the use, I think for several reasons stated by the abutters. It's a quiet residential area, and it's not an appropriate area, not an appropriate location.
I agree with Tim. It is not an appropriate location, and for all the same reasons he just said, but in addition to, they changed, the zoning was changed to residential from a contractor yard or business, and that was done within the last, I don't know how many years, but that was done with purpose. And I think it's a slippery slope if we keep changing that.
Okay. I agree with Paul. I believe it is a specific, the site is specific and it's appropriate for the location.
I agree, it is an appropriate location.
Factual evidence is found that property values in the district will be reduced due to incompatible land uses. I think the people who bought residences or residential properties in the area can expect that their values will not increase as they might without the yard being there.
I agree, factual evidence is found, and found not just from the neighbors and the residents, but also from two professionals being realtors. Rich?
Yeah, I know.
Frank.
So, Tim, you said is found.
I said, yeah, factual evidence
And
is
Joe,
found.
you said is
I
found.
said is.
Okay, I'm just trying to get these written down.
Sure.
I believe that it has not been found.
I agree with Frank, I believe it is not found.
I also agree that there's no true evidence of property value being diminished in any way.
Joe?
Am I up?
Yep.
Abutters, there is valid objection from abutters. It seems like we have abutters and people who are affected by it, who are objecting to this. So there is valid.
You're saying there is valid objections?
Yes. That's what he's saying, yes.
Yeah. Okay. I believe that there's no valid objections on demonstrable facts, okay? Although I understand how the abutters feel about it, but by demonstrable facts, I don't believe that it's true.
I agree.
I agree as well for the same reason.
I think there is valid objection from the abutters. I think they stated a good case for their objections.
Nuisance. I believe that there's no undue nuisance or serious hazard to pedestrian vehicle traffic, although Route 28 is always going to be a difficult traffic zone, but I don't think there's going to be a serious hazard in pedestrian vehicle traffic, including the location and design of the access way of off-street parking.
I agree.
I agree as well.
I think there is undue nuisance and hazard, as was pointed out by one of the presenters. The school buses no longer can make that turn and have changed their pattern because of the danger of pulling out there.
I agree, there is undue nuisance.
There is undue nuisance.
Is,
That's
yeah.
what he
Okay,
did, yeah.
I got it.
Okay, adequate and appropriate facilities and utilities will be provided to ensure the proper operation of the proposed use of the structure.
I agree.
I agree with that.
I agree.
I agree.
There is adequate area for safe and sanitary sewage, disposal, and water supply.
I agree with that.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
The proposed use of structure is not consistent with the spirit of the ordinance and the intent of the master plan. I think we're putting a business in the residential area that at the very least requires a special exception, and the criteria have not been met.
I agree. It is not.
I disagree. I think it is consistent with the spirit of the ordinance and the intent of the master plan for small businesses like this to be in a special special exception.
I agree.
For the same reason, I agree.
Okay, so in the special exceptions worksheet, the way I have the votes on acceptance, it's 5 unanimous. It's appropriateness on the specific site is, and appropriate location for the 3 yeses, 2 noes. On value, factual evidence is found that the property value in the district will be reduced due to incompatible land uses. 2 yes and 3 no. On the abutters, there is valid objection from the abutters based on demonstrated fact. 2 yes, 3 no. Since there is no undue nuisance and serious hazard to pedestrian, there were 3 yeses, 2 noes. On facilities, it was unanimous that was all 5 of us agreed on that. On sewage, there was an adequate area for safe, all 5 of us agreed on that. And on intent, the proposed use and structure is not consistent with the spirit of the ordinance and the intent of the master plan. There were 2 yes, and there were 3 no. So, where I rated the special exception continues to be approved, okay, from the original applicant and the applicant for Agent Catherine Gould, Butter, is denied. But I think if we're going to approve this, the application, does the board want to put conditions on it?
Yes.
Okay. Who would like to, what conditions do we want to put onto this?
Well, one of the conditions is for proper and high enough buffer zones around the area that is hiding most of the equipment, if not all the equipment, and having the proper vegetation that'll take care of that and help with any noise. I think another condition is to filter and have the lighting, any kind of exterior lighting that is not directed in any way of any of the abutting properties.
Hours of operation?
Tom?
I'm sorry?
Planning board.
Yeah, the planning board. A lot of this would go through the
Yeah,
planning
it will,
board
it will.
anyways, okay? But if we,
I know it
so,
was a major concern with a lot of
Right.
with the abutters that the
so the Mr. Lundy indicated through testimony that he would make a 5-foot berm, and there were going to be arborvitaes above the 5-foot berm. How high do we want him, Mr. Lundy, to put the berm, the arborvitaes up?
We gotta make it higher. It's not a big deal. I mean,
it's whatever, something that's gonna continuously grow.
no, but I have the means of getting
There you go.
fill. I can make the berm as.
Make the berm
Make the
higher.
berm
Whatever it needs to be.
Yep,
That's
yep.
what it'll be.
Putting the berms in and putting the vegetation on that, yeah.
So do we want to give an initial height of the
10 feet.
arborvitaes? 10 feet?
10 feet, yeah.
Okay. Can't speak. Okay, so initially it should be 10 feet, okay? So, Ken, do you want to do this, or do you want someone else to do
I
it?
prefer somebody else did it, thank you.
Okay, Paul? you want me to do it, or you?
Yeah, you go ahead and do it, Frank. No?
I don't know if I'm capable of doing that. No, I can give it a shot.
I mean, you just,
Okay. So I'd like to propose that, why don't you do it, Paul?
okay, as far as the conditions are concerned, but we'll do the approval of the
Based
the
on the
rehearing.
Somebody needs to make a motion for the approval of it, okay?
I make a motion to, approve the special exception for the contractor yard on KZ 2536, on this rehearing, with the conditions of proper berms with vegetation after vites on top with a height of no less than 10 feet, and proper lighting that will not, at late night or any specific time and night, that lighting will bother any of the abutters. Yes, thank you. Per Article 400, Section 401D17. Thank you.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed?
Nay. Nay.
Okay. 3-2, okay. Thank you very much, everyone.
Love the ZBA meeting schedule.
Okay, next thing is looking at the schedule. Has everybody looked at the schedule?
Yes.
Everybody okay with it?
Yep. That's fine.
I'll make a motion to approve Town of Alton Zoning Board of Adjustment 2026 meeting schedule.
Second. This is approval, Joe, of the schedules. Oh, for the zoning board.
Excuse me, excuse me,
I don't think I've seen that yet.
excuse me. Ma'am,
Oh, gotcha.
Mister, hello?
You already seconded?
So there's a motion and I second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Excuse me. Could you go outside? We're still having the meeting. No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that's approved.
And we got D, discussion of Joe and Paul are up for reelection in 2026.
Oh, my God.
What's to discuss?
What's there to discuss? You guys gotta
What,
continue, okay?
there's not much to discuss.
No, you have to, because it's an elected.
I'm gonna have to paint your house again.
Look, the vig is on. Okay, Joe, we're grateful that you're on the board and whatnot, but now, as Paul knows, okay, you have to apply, okay, because it's an elected position. Okay, so you gotta go down to town hall if you wanna continue on and
Register.
it will be on the, when, the town votes on everything, okay? And we'd love to have you, okay, if you will continue.
Am I welcome?
Absolutely.
Why not? Why wouldn't you be?
It's just a certain period of time.
Yeah.
When you talk to Robin, she'll say you have to do it between this date and that.
Yeah, it has to be done before, there's a certain date, but
It's in January.
you're gonna be it's in January, but it'll be on the election for March, when we have the elections.
Okay, I'll reach out to Rob.
Paul, are you gonna
Oh, no, I can't too much.
have you thought about that?
Monday.
I wanna think about it a little bit more, but probably yes. I will sign, but I'll let the board know that.
Well, there's no.
I've got 2 years.
You gotta continue, okay?
I've got 2 years left as selectman, so, if you guys will have me.
Well, I don't know. It's a different question.
I do want to know, guys do remember that it is not a requirement for the zoning board to have a representation of a selectman. It is not a requirement. It is a requirement for the planning board. So that is something that title can drop. I'm just a member.
Oh, okay.
I am just a member.
Because it's something
But anyway,
But no, but we found that out last year. I don't know if you remember, I mentioned it in one of the meetings. I said it's no longer representation.
Gave it no thought whatsoever.
Legal counsel came up with that and said he doesn't for the zoning board, it's not necessary. So we may take it off the list for the selectmen's duties.
Okay, well, that would be great. If we know anybody that would like to be alternates, we should talk to them about it and see if they want to come and.
Well,
yeah, I think Eric wants to.
Eric's interested.
Well, that's
He-
great because.
He would be a great
That'd be
addition.
awesome.
Great.
Yeah, it's a friend of ours, yes. He's excellent.
With Tim,
Sounds like he's
season, okay? Okay, not over season, you just never know. We may need a few alternates, okay? Anybody that thinks that we'd love to do it, because it's always good to have somebody that starting to learn the whole process, okay? Because this thing is getting.
We're still learning. We still
Getting,
learn every month.
It's getting unwieldy, in terms of. Yes.
If anybody wants a.
All right,
nice
next.
favor, anybody?
So, that, I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
Minutes of August 7th, September 4th, and November 6th. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the minutes for August 7th, 2025.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
September 4th?
Your turn.
All right. I'll make a motion to approve the September 4th, 2025 minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
What happened to October?
You did that last month.
We did that last time? Oh, we did. Okay,
Can I make a comment about the November minutes?
please.
There's a lot of redundancy with stating the person's name and then Mr. Morgan said this and Mr. Morgan said that, and that's just how it's written up.
Yeah.
And instead of certainly any other edits you have, let us know, but I think if we also mention that maybe the redundancy can be trimmed out.
Sure.
Maybe that would be like a general edit and ask the minute taker to edit those. Yep. I think she was just writing it.
Just didn't have to. But you need the edits.
So if we remove the redundancy of the names specifically and the edits you guys have, and we'll go with that.
If there's no edits, I'll make a motion. Pretty clean to me.
Pretty good to me.
Go ahead, make a
I
motion.
make a motion to approve the November 6th, 2025 minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great.
I'd like to make a motion for adjournment.
I'll second. Everybody. Aye. We're gonna talk to. Well, we're gonna talk. These were all recalibrated. All for our volume, the biggest complaint in the bottom. So